Some Jerry Reynolds is joining us here on the broadcast. Conversation already in progress. We were going over the mess that is happening in Brooklyn there during the commercial break. But now that we're back here and in front of a radio audience who just loves you, Jerry, let's talk some Kings basketball a little bit and start with. I'm curious about this from your perspective. You've been a general manager, at least from your experience. You've been a general manager. You've been a coach. Obviously Kings fans are riding high off of Keegan Murray and everything that happened in Summer League. How much input do coaches have during that draft process?
Well, it varies a lot. I think a coach should have some input, but at the end of the day is coaches aren't really as prepared for the draft as the front office, and there can only be one decision maker. So I always thought during the years with Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman, that was really a great team right there because they respected one another a lot. Jeff knew that Rick was going to coach whoever he got, and certainly Rick had opinions, but if Jeff decided to go another way, he was fully on board. So you have to. To me, it's a general manager needs to make those decisions. There's only one decision maker, and certainly you got big staffs and everybody has an opinion. It's no different. I'd have opinion. Damien, you and James have it. We can all have different opinions, but at some point there's one opinion that counts, and then you get on board with it. And I think that it does seem to me like that there's a good rapport and respect between Monte McNair and Mike Brown. I think, just from some of the late signings here to fill out the roster kind of shows you that, that maybe the thing's going in the right direction. That's I'm always trying to be an optimist, and I think there is some legitimate reason for some optimism.
Yeah.
Hey, Jer, I know you're a big fan of the Keegan Murray draft pick. What is it about Keegan Murray that stands out to you that you just thought this is a player I would draft, or this is what I would go with at this position?
Well, a couple of things, and I really didn't study the draft like you have, and I know I don't have near the information. Just a few times I watched him, and I really liked him because he can really make shots. He is a shot maker in a league that's really a value, and he's a late developer, and I always like late developers. From Tim Duncan to Akeem Olajuwon to Michael Jordan to Larry Bird, they were all late developers. They weren't the top 5 high school American stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They turned out pretty good. So I like that about Keegan, that he made great strides and, from first year to second year, and then certainly made great strides, I thought, in the summer league. So, a lot to like. And the one so-called analyst on ESPN that I like and trust, I'm not saying I dislike him, but Jay Billis, because I know he studies it. I've known him, and I really think he's a smart, on top of it guy. And I remember listening to him on the Scott Ben Pelt show after the draft, and he said he thought that Keegan Murray was by far the most NBA ready of any player in this draft. And I thought, boy, if there's ever a team that needs an NBA ready player, it might be your beloved Sacramento Kings.
Jerry, you phrase that so funny, but I think there's so much value in it. And you say, I probably don't watch as much as you do, and I watched the guy play a couple of times and he could score. I honestly think when it comes to the draft, we overcomplicate things and we dive too far in. And we'd start talking about ceilings and star potential. And that's exactly what I did with Jaden Ivey. And I had people who had been around, Jaden Ivey his entire life. He's been around basketball since he was born. I had people telling me what a great kid he is, how motivated he's going to be. And I think there's some point during that process, you get bogged down with information. Whereas if you just take the Jerry Reynolds approach and turn on a basketball game and go, hey, that guy's pretty good right there, it really sometimes could be as simple as that.
Well, I do think you make a great point. I definitely think that's sometimes where mistakes are made is by outthinking yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I always recall, one of the ultimate screw-ups in Kings history was taking Thomas Robinson instead of Damian Lillard when the team was all set to draft Damian off of tremendous workout and great kid, great kid at that time. Everything was there, and Thomas Robinson was supposed to be the the second pick in the draft that year by all the mock drafts experts, blah blah blah. And so he starts to fall, and pretty, can you pass this guy? This guy can this if it, certainly you got power forward needs, blah blah blah. Well, if you didn't. Sometimes you just should go with what you know.
Mm-hmm.
I always say with the draft and the lottery, you don't have to get the best one. Just make sure you don't make get a bust or a mistake. I mean, in other words, maybe Chet Holmgren will never be an all-star, but if he's a really good player for 12 years, you're not going to regret that pick. Every year there's somebody picked later. I mean, I wouldn't say that Benedict Mathurin he might turn out to be by far the best player this whole draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. You guys don't know. He doesn't know. But that's that's the history of the draft. That's why there's a Jokic that goes in the second round, and a Kawhi Leonard and Giannis Antetokounmpo 15 and 16, and Jimmy Butler 30. That's a reality of not only is the lottery in the pick that you get, it's a lottery after you pick.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Jerry, you've been on the other side of the table where you're making the pick. I mean, you even had a draft where you had 4 first rounders. Mm-hmm. And when you're in that situation, how do you gauge best player available versus best fit? And where is it that you start to look at the break? Like where it's like, okay, I got Lionel Simmons at number 7. That's the best player available. But then when I get to 14, I got Travis Mays or 3 other players. I've got Dwayne Coswell and Anthony Bonner at 19 and 22. Like, where is it that you start to say, hey, I need to make sure that I'm getting the best player available, but then at some point I got to start filling some needs?
Well, I think, in that case, it was a total rebuild. So you're really looking for guys, honestly, just simply guys you think can have careers in the league. and in 3 of the cases, it turned out for where they were picked, they did. They were. I think Lionel was runner-up for Rookie of the Year. Coswell played 10, 12 years, and Bonner about 8 or 9 years, late picks. Travis Mays was a mistake, and I traded him after his first year for Spud Webb because and I think that's another thing that is not done enough is recognizing when you made a mistake and move off of it quicker. You can go back to some of the mistakes in recent years, whether it's been Nick Stauskas or Ben McLemore, Willie Cauley-Stein. All those guys probably, if you'd have made the decision, these aren't the guys. There were still some more value attached to them than when you finally did figure it out. Or it took too much longer to figure it out. And I think, seems to me that I've always thought the better franchises, are quicker to recognize their mistakes and move off of them. And everybody's makes them, by the way. But the better franchises seem to, when they do, they don't say, well, we drafted him. We gotta keep him and develop him for 5 years and then realize, oh, he's not very good.
Well, I mean, the 2003 WNBA draft was probably your finest moment as a general manager. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, but I think you executed a trade that day. That was certainly a game changer for that organization.
It was. I always thought getting Kara Lawson for Keidra Holland-Corn, who was also, I was very proud of that draft. She was a 3rd round pick,
mm-hmm.
and was a very good player, not as good as Kara. But to get Kara, I think she was a 3rd, 4th, 5th pick, whatever, in that draft, and we got her from Detroit. So that was maybe my 2nd best trade of all time. I would say probably the Mitch Richmond for Billy Owens trade would be number 1.
I'm a little biased. I would go
the
other.
You would be, and I understand, and I can't say you're even wrong, but I think the fact that Mitch also turned into Chris Webber on the way out.
Probably some value in that too. Yeah.
to me, that gives that move a little edge. You know what I'm saying?
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey along with James Ham and Jerry Reynolds here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, Jerry, he brought up the WNBA. There's been murmurs. We don't want to fully report like what we've heard, but there's been some murmurs of a potential return of the Monarchs. What do you think that would mean? I mean, you're someone who is so in it at that point, and even at that point, like I know the stories behind the scenes that a lot of the Kings front office guys weren't big fans of the WNBA, but I think a lot of that's changed at this point. And I think if there is more of an acceptance of the WNBA, and I think a lot of fans in Sacramento absolutely miss that franchise and having a second team in the building. What would it mean if the Monarchs were to come back?
Well, I think it'd be very well supported. It was, really, if you look at the attendance around the league today, it's went down as the league. But the Monarchs, what we averaged, an actual paid attendance would have been probably second in the league right now.
Right.
Now I think the problem is always comes back to finances, and so and I think I've always said the biggest issue I have with the WNBA, and I loved it, is that women need to be more involved in it. We've got a lot of billionaire women in America. They should be buying teams. And don't be expecting the NBA and men to do that. I mean, it's great if they do, but I just think it's one of those things. It's like, hey, this is a league for women, and certainly as men should they be able to enjoy it and be part of it. But I think the leaders of the league ought to be females in ownership and direction of franchises and everything. That's just my opinion.
Jerry, what do you? Because we often talk about you have sat through a lot of bad basketball over the years.
Yes, I have.
You and James both have sat through a lot of basketball. One thing that we constantly look for here, even with this particular team, is a leader. Like as a coach, what do you look for in a leader? Like, are you able to see one right away and go, yeah, that's the guy right there? Like, what are the qualities that you're looking for?
That's a great point and a great question. Yes, now the great leaders are easy to spot, just like great players. It doesn't take a lot of experience to spot LeBron James at 18 and say, boy, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're just ignorant. But having said that, I think, a leader, the great leaders of teams, they're easy to spot. But leadership in general, you'll see guys who are capable of it that probably need to be encouraged a little bit, given, basically access to do that. Now, the other part of it is they have to be a main player. You can't have Joe Fiducial at the bottom of the 10th man, 12th man being your leader. If that's the case, you've got no leader. That's like saying having your fourth assistant coach being your best coach. Well, if he is, you got more problems than you're going to solve. But having said that, I really believe, and here again, this is watching from afar, and you guys probably are closer to it. But I think Sabonis is the only guy who can be the leader on this team. I think he by his effort, his talent, is the fact that guys will want to play with him, and guess why they'll want to play with him? Because he's unselfish, unselfish, and to a fault maybe. But I think he's the guy. He's the guy. Now he's not. I mean, he certainly may not be your most talented player. You don't have to be the most talented. But it's like Vlade Divac was the leader back of the 2000 Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's that's a big part of it. So, but you have to have somebody that the majority of players not only respects but understands that this guy's going to give us his best effort. He's unselfish. He's all about winning, and let's jump on board here. And I think that's where the Kings probably have a chance to make a jump, because I think they have that guy. Now, it'd be nicer if he was Giannis Antetokounmpo, but you can't have everything, right?
Very true. Jerry, as a guy who's been a head coach in the NBA and who's watched so many head coaches come and go, even when I go through and I start counting up how many head coaches there have been in Sacramento Kings history, it always gets a little murky because I think this Mike Brown is a 20th head coach, but that doesn't include you being the head coach like 17 times.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, 17 times I think it was. Yeah,
I think it was, yeah.
yeah.
But I guess when we talk about leadership, and even like you've seen the shift in the modern NBA to where the players are a much bigger personality than they used to be. How much can adding a Mike Brown in an offseason, a guy who's won, a guy who's got pedigree, a guy who just spent the last 6 years on the best dynasty that we've seen in a couple of decades in the Golden State Warriors, but what can he do to change what's happened here, and how can he do something different than just in my time than what Paul Westphal, Keith Smart, Michael Malone, Tyrone Corbin, George Karl, just keep going down the list. Dave Yeager, Luke Walton. What can he do differently?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I think he's coming in to his credit at the right time. He's got a roster. I don't think there's a bad guy on it. Some of those other coaches had some really bad guys to deal with that probably bordered on uncoachable, and that's tough for a coach to coach uncoachable people. And so I think that's a plus. Mike's had success as a head coach, and so that he's coming in with credibility. I do think it's so different in today's game, though, with head coaches. I mean, they've got so many assistant coaches. It's a real key to hiring staff and delegating responsibilities properly. It's like, say, I'm so old school. I remember, when you had one assistant, and I mean, the head coach basically worked with players. I know that's a strange concept, but you actually worked with them, taught them skills, spent time with them. And today it's, basically you've got all these developmental guys, and that's good. I mean, there's nothing bad about it except that, they've all got kind of like players. They've all got their own personalities, sometimes a little agenda. And so it's a real key to get the right guys. And I've really been impressed with how he's hired his staff, getting guys that he really feels comfortable with, as he should, to at the kind of the top spots with him. And so, that's where it stopped. I mean, you got to kind of, the old Bear Bryant statement. I always remember reading his book about near the end of his career and at Alabama as a football coach. And he said, I really don't coach players anymore. I coach coaches. He said, other than the quarterback and a couple other guys, I don't know who they are. And I mean, I think there's a lot more truth than we want to believe. Sure. And the NBA isn't to that level, but as I mean, that's a big part of it. You really got to get your staff on board and all pulling in the same direction. And so as a coach, you're getting credibility and get all your players on board as well as your staff. And it's certainly good things can happen. I thought, a good case in point, obviously, was Ime Udoka was terrific. Willie Green. I thought Chris Finch in Minnesota obviously changed things up there. You can. Taylor Jenkins in Memphis, I mean, marvelous job.
Yeah.
Those guys were able to change things rapidly.
Yeah.
And how did they do it? And I think it's a lot of what we just kind of talked about.
I think it was so strange, Jerry, too, that the knock on Mike Brown was, yeah, but what'd he do without LeBron? Or what'd he do without Kobe? Or like some of these coaches are looked down on because they coach superstars, as if coaching a superstar is easy. Like there's like I'm sure I'm sure they each come with their challenges, coaching a group of bad players and then coaching arguably two of the greatest players that ever lived. But there's still challenges that I thought Mike Brown was very, very, very good at.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, I think that's a part that sometimes isn't fair. It used to be you got, I've always said it's like if my first job had been like Pat Riley's with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, I think I'd have done a lot better than I did. But I also say I don't think I could have had near the success Pat Riley. He was wired different. I mean, he sort of transfigured himself into becoming Pat Riley,
Mm-hmm.
a different person. Well, I wouldn't have been able to do that or wanted to do that. But
You could slick your hair back, get you nice.
I
and
could,
could
could have
do it.
done that. I don't think anybody had bought it for a second, but that's okay. but I do think that with Mike, I think he's gotten an unfair rap there a little bit. I mean, what did he do with his teams? Well, he won games. Yeah, did he win as many as as somebody thought he should?
Mm.
And that's always the case. It's like, uh, I mean, I always thought Kenny Atkinson at Brooklyn. What, did he win a lot of games? No, he probably won as many more than he probably should have, and that's how you're supposed to judge it. But I think, I think it goes both ways. Sometimes you don't win enough, so you're fired because they're bad. That's okay. That happens. And then now you get fired because, well, they're good, but they're not good enough.
Mm.
They're not going to be able to get the ring. It's like, well, yeah, last time I checked, 1 out of 30 will do that. No more. So everybody else is a failure, I guess. And I just don't buy that at all.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Jerry, when you look at the squad that they've put together for this season, it's deeper. It still has some holes, but do you think they're done? Would you like to see a couple more things? We talked about it earlier with the leadership thing, where your best, if your best leader is the 11th best person on your team. Well, I could say the same thing about defense. Like if your best defender is your seventh man or your sixth man, there's probably a problem. And do you think that they can still address some of their needs, including like a defensive presence?
Well, that may be the most important question. I mean, this roster I think is improved, but it's not a finished product. It's not going to contend for the upper echelon of the playoffs. I think, my own opinion is I know the Vegas has them at 31 or 2 games, early. I see them as potentially a 38 to 40 win team if Mike Brown has the impact I think he can. And I thought getting Kevin Herter and Monk were outstanding gets, for shooting, which they needed, and then Murray. But to your point, yeah, they could use. I mean, really, Davion is the only, in my mind, great defender, and I think he is great. I mean, I really do. I think, I don't think he's getting enough credit. People just automatically putting him as 7th, 8th man. I'm not sure I do that. Like you said, if you want to improve your defense, one of the ways is get the damn better defender out there. And I don't know about you guys, but I noticed at the end of the year, most teams were scheming against him, which tells you something. They're saying, like even a Steph Curry, they're getting him extra screens to get away from the little rascal. I mean, he's a pain in the ass. And so many of the Kings guys, no, they're not pains in the ass. They're very, very, very gentle folk. So that'd be, I know I'm old school, but I'd find a way to figure out a way to get Davian out there 30 something minutes every night. I don't care whether he start. I care less, but he's going to be out there because he could set the tone defensively.
I feel like he could be a leader. When we were talking about leaders earlier, I feel like he could be that guy.
Agree with you there. Just go back quick, and I'll say one thing.
Yeah.
He was the best player on a national champion and the leader of a national champion. Mm-hmm. Name all the guys on the current roster that you said about. We're done. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. You're the best, man. It's been great catching up with you. Thank you for spending so much time with us today. We really
my pleasure. Anytime, guys. You guys are. I enjoy your show. I really a lot. Really do. And of course, I always say I learned a lot just right down there with James for a couple of years and trying to get excited about the pre and post game show, which I failed miserably in that attempt, by the way.
Understandable. And I can tell you that means a lot to me, Kenny, and Jesse in the studio as well.
And what's Kenny doing on vacation? My God, he's been with you. Damien, it's a vacation when he's working with you.
Well, to be fair, it's his birthday.
Oh, okay.
So he's off celebrating in Las Vegas. His son has a tournament out there as well. So he's earned the day off. Thankfully, I have Ham here to carry the show. And you.
Yeah, you got to go in there with you, no question.
I'm lucky. That's Jerry 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, our man James Ham. Man, you told us from jump. You gave us a pretty strong indication on Friday. You said, yeah, Mark Jackson's got a real shot at this thing. And here we are a couple of days later. It's Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, and Steve Clifford. I'll ask you the question I just asked Kenny. Are the Kings being cautious? Is this a cautious approach by the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen at least one of the inexperienced coaches been on the final list. Like, let one of those guys interview, see if they've got something, see if they can capture your imagination. But, the list itself, it's the list of 7 I thought was really intriguing. It had a little bit of something for everyone, and if you broke the 7 up, you could kind of take away 3 and take away 3, and you ended up with Mike Brown in the middle. He's the guy that makes a lot of sense. He still makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think this is a somewhat cautious approach. It's a defensive-minded approach for sure. So that is something that, in my conversations with people inside the walls, the goal here is to get a steady veteran hand that has a track record as a defensive, genius. And to be honest, I think all 3 of these guys can coach defense. Steve Kerr has even, talked about how Mark Jackson really had instilled defensive principles with the Golden State Warriors before he took over that team. And that made his transition to being an offensive genius much easier because they already had some defensive principles in there. But yeah, I think if nothing else, this is a moment where everyone should just take a deep breath, calm down. Don't freak out over every story that comes out, and let the process play out.
No.
In your opinion, James, do you think did they go into this process thinking we're not going with one of these young guys? Like, we'll interview them, we'll do our due diligence. But unless somebody really just blows the door off this interview, we're going with an experienced guy. Or did they have an open mind the entire time, and this is just what they came up with at the end?
Yeah, I think it's probably both of those. I think you're probably right. I think that this is a process that at the end of the day, they were going to look at, all kinds of different options here, right? And they needed to kick the tires on, especially these young guys, especially with the success that young guys are having. But at the end, you're also looking at a team that just really hasn't been able to sort of build something. And veteran guys, they've been there. They know what to do. They know how to handle some of these situations. And I think that they learned a lot even from having Alvin Gentry, this last year. Like, that steady hand doesn't let the wheels completely fall off the bus. This wasn't a good season. It could have been much, much worse. Could have been much worse. And that's because Alvin Gentry stepped in and just ushered them through the year. And so this thing didn't completely implode, even if the record wasn't good, even if they had a bunch of struggles early in the year. So I think that is one of those things you learn from. Like, if they were going to go with a young coach, they better be able to land one of these veteran coaches as their number 2. And I think the easier path is to find somebody who has been there before.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers. Elk Grove Dodge, 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here as the Sacramento Kings have narrowed their coaching search down to Mark Jackson, Mike Brown, and Steve Clifford. Mark Jackson is obviously an incredibly polarizing topic, and for a franchise that had DeMarcus Cousins, why not? Like, we've lived through polarizing topics before. I like Mike Brown a lot, but the one that I feel like everyone is on is Steve Clifford. Give me some positives on Steve Clifford.
Well, first of all, he's an incredible defensive coach. Incredible. Like he worked through the Van Gundy systems. He coached
Both of
under
them.
both both Jeff and Stan Van Gundy. And every team, almost every single team he's ever coached or been a part of, improves defensively and has rates really, really high. I think he has, as a head coach, he has one season outside of like the top 14 in defensive rating, and most seasons it's like top 8. He is a very, very good defensive coach. Now, as far as the rest of it, like the offense can lead something, leave something to be desired. But you have two really good offensive players, and you might be able to get the offense up to speed. You could also bring in an offensive-minded coach to help you in that area. But I think it's about defensive principles. It's about defending without having to have a natural shot blocker on the court the whole time. It's about understanding your rotations and understanding, what is it, KYP, know your personnel, right? All of those things. So at the end of the day, is he my first choice? Probably not. But he also he is my number 2 choice for sure on this list.
Okay. Wait. Oh, Mark Jackson. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll get to Mark. We're gonna need some time for Mark. Go ahead.
With Steve Clifford, do you feel like, because we kind of went over it a little bit earlier in the show, but just the playoffs that he made in a weak Eastern Conference, I don't want to take it away from him, but I guess I'm kind of taking it away from him. Like he didn't have a whole lot on those rosters. I'll granted give him that, but I mean the success, you gotta tell the whole story. Like Doc Rivers always asks to do.
I wish you guys would tell the whole story.
And I feel like that is where Clifford's ceiling is. It's like maybe get you into the playoffs, you lose in 5, and that's really about it. Like I don't look at him as somebody that can guide you for the next 5-6 seasons.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the problem that I have with that thought. When I look at Mike Brown, I can tell you that he had, in almost every season he coached in Cleveland, he had LeBron James on his roster. He also had Kyrie Irving the one time that he did not have LeBron James. He also had Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, named that Laker, right, when he was coach of the Lakers. And when I look at Mark Jackson, 3 of his guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame. And he played a role in helping to develop Steph and Clay and Draymond. But at the same time, like, he coached really, really high-level basketball players. I don't think there's a single Hall of Famer on any coach, on any team that Steve Clifford ever coached. He's never had the all-star level guys. Maybe you can say Kemba Walker was an all-star level guy, but still, he helped create him into an all-star level guy. In the right setting, he was an all-star level guy, but not someone who is just going to make the all-star team because he's one of the top, 15 players in the league.
Right.
So look, you have to always, like, there is a whole story when it comes to guys, when it comes to coaches. And, you have your system guys, you have your guys who create all-stars, you have your guys who, are really good at managing superstar personalities. I think you're looking at a list with kind of a few of different approaches. And, again, Mark Jackson had young superstars before they were really who they were. He still had David Lee, who was a really good player and stuff like that when he was with the Lakers. But, like, I always want to, like, slow people down and say, okay, well, what would Steve Clifford have done if he was on this team? Do we know that he wouldn't have taken a team and been great? Could he have taken that Cleveland team that was really, really good defensively, but had LeBron James that could score a bucket anytime you needed one? Could he have taken that team to the championship? I don't know. So there's always that element of what if. So I want to be like fair to guys, which is why I have him as my second rated coach. He comes in with very little baggage. He is sort of a, to be honest with you, he's exactly what Vivek said he didn't want. He is a Sousa marching band leader. That's what he is. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I thought the statement when he originally said it was ridiculously short-sighted. And he wanted, a jazz conductor. I get it. It sounds cool, but like functionally, it doesn't always lead to wins, which is why the Kings lose every year. They don't have the structure in place a lot of the time. They're looking for the wrong type of guy. And they had the right guy and they let him go. So I don't want to totally blank him out of this conversation because I do think he's a good coach. I think he's made the playoffs in 4 of his 8 seasons as a head coach in the NBA and did it with not a whole lot of talent. The best season he had was 48 wins. That's not going to cut it in the Western Conference. But I could also argue that he never once had a big man as good as Sabonis. I could argue that, again, his one guy that he did have is probably equal to or slightly less than what De'Aaron Fox will be in his prime, and Kemba Walker. And so, again, I want to be fair to guys and that just be balanced when you're looking at these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Mark Jackson at the bottom of your list?
Number one, without any question, he's by far not even remotely close. He's the least qualified coach. He's never worked as an assistant. Again, like if you look at Steve Clifford and you look at Mike Brown, both of them have 8 years of head coaching experience. Both of them have 13 seasons as assistant coaches. Both of them. Mark Jackson has nothing. Like, he hasn't coached in the league in 8 years. This is like what you've mentioned. It's almost like a John Gruden thing, but it's not even. John Gruden thing would be more like if Jeff Van Gundy wanted to come out of retirement, because at least John Gruden had coached at a high level for quite a bit of time before he left and went to the booth. This is just different. And, it's the X's and O's are one thing. He did lead a horrible, horrible Warriors franchise that had missed the playoffs and went like 17 out of 18 seasons they had missed the playoffs. And he started with like their 29th in defense, helped them improve in year 2 to a top 10 defense, helped them improve greatly in year 3 to a big-time defense. Again, he had guys like Michael Malone and people who, like, it's not hindsight with Michael Malone. Michael Malone was one of the best lead assistants in basketball. Mm-hmm. He's also, like, at that point, he had been an assistant for a long time, and he's also the son of Brendan Malone, who is one of the great defensive coaches in the history of the game, right? He's the guy with the Detroit Pistons. He's Chuck Daly's right-hand man. Mm-hmm. So, like, I don't want to take away everything that he accomplished in Golden State, but he was flat out run out of town after putting up 51 wins. Run out of town. And you can say it a bunch of different ways if you want, but just look at how it played out. And it was not pretty. And it wasn't pretty for a long time. And he never went back and kept coaching. We talked about this before, that a guy like Mike Brown has been on the staff of Steve Kerr for the last 6 years. He didn't have the offensive chops, if you will, to be creative on the offensive end. And he was just known as a defensive coach. Well, he just went and worked for the best offense in basketball for the last 6 years. That's a lot. He's done the work. And that's what it comes to with Mark Jackson. A lot of guys just want to be a head coach. That's fine. But like, he got his opportunity, and it was more about the other stuff that he couldn't do, that he couldn't control, that lost him that job, that spun out of control behind the scenes. And a lot of that's because he didn't have the experience. And then he still doesn't have the experience. So I would like to, be fair with him, and that's without even looking at all of the off-court stuff. Mm-hmm. When you start bringing that stuff in, now you're talking about baggage. You're talking about more and more baggage. So, again, I want to be fair in this whole thing. And I want to tell you that, Mark Jackson did really well defensively with a really good defensive coach next to him. Just like, Stan Van Gundy and Jeff Van Gundy, were really, really good defensive coaches, and Steve Clifford was right alongside him learning the whole time. But like, there's too many red flags in my book, and he could be the head coach, and I'll have to figure out how to rectify that down the road. That's the way it goes. But I really do believe that, like, some people, like, when they get their opportunity and they take advantage of it, that's one thing. But and I think to a certain degree he did take advantage of his opportunity. But then when you have a setback, you don't just go away from the game for 8 years and not do anything to better yourself and then expect to get the same opportunity again. At least that's not the way it typically works. And so, he's really low on my list because he has almost zero at this point, zero experience. Like, any experience he had was 8 years ago. Any experience he had as a player was like 18 years ago. I mean, it's years. We're talking almost 2 decades. And so if you want to be in the game, you got to keep up. The game has changed so much from when Mike Brown was first a coach to where it is now. It's just completely changed. I mean, again, we talked about this once before. Peja Stojakovic retired, at the 2011 season. He retired. He was 3rd all-time in three-point makes. He's now like 24th. The game has completely changed. And while Mark Jackson has watched the game change, so have we. You and I have watched the game change as well. But that doesn't mean that we're in it coaching it and learning it and seeing the differences. And, like, there's all kinds of ways you could see this thing going wrong. And that's just on the X's and O's side.
Yeah, it's great points for sure. When you talk about the basketball aspects of Mark Jackson and him trying to get back into coaching. What I'll ask your opinion for, James, is it seems as though the opinions of others like Joe Lacob and anonymous sources, they tend to weigh heavier on how Mark Jackson was as a coach in his time in Golden State than that of the players that played for him. Guys like Steph Curry, guys like Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, Jared Jack, who vouch for him repeatedly on the record. This isn't, I heard Steph. No, they get in front of the camera. They say it with their chest every time. And it seems as though their experience with Mark Jackson doesn't get held in the same regard as Joe Lacob's and the people that say off the record the things that went on with Mark. Why do you think that is?
Well, first up, I would tell you that if you're a head coach and you can't get along with your stars, you're in a bunch of trouble. So your relationship with star level players is always going to be different. It's always going to be high level because they're your stars. And if you lose them, you lose everybody. But where is the Festus Ezeli conversation? Where is a player that he literally lied to his team and said that Festus Ezeli wants you to fail because it would make him look better because he got injured and you guys won't be as good without him? And then the whole team turns on Festus Ezeli and he's like, wait a sec, what happened? Like, I didn't say any of that. Like it's not how your stars think of you. And we can all think, that Steph and Draymond, they all have a strong opinion of him, right? That's not really who should matter. It's the other 12 guys on the roster that you have to treat in a specific way. And that, like, I think a lot of those voices would be different. Are they out there? Do they have a platform to say this about him? Probably not at this point. But, some of the guys that are no longer in the league, some of the guys that didn't find the same success, they're going to have a different view of him. Like, every star player has, you have to get along with those guys. That's the job. It's to win over the stars and then have everyone else fall into place. So like I would like to take their like Steph's opinion at face value, and I do. I believe his experience with Mark was great. But I also think that we know that there were other players that did not feel the same way. There were assistants that didn't feel that way. There were a lot of employees that didn't feel that way. And that's where you have to balance out, like, it's not whose opinion matters more. It's that there's usually two sides to every story. And so I'd also say this, like, look, the reporting that's been done on him, it's not like, again, you can see the tweet thread, right? The tweet thread is one thing that some guy went out and tweeted this whole thing out when he was up for the Knicks job. Every single one of the actual stories themselves, except for maybe one, comes with the actual reported story. And these are by trusted voices. They're not some crazy fly-by-night people. We're talking about Marcus Thompson. We're talking about, some Zach Lowe. We're talking about really good reporters who did the work. And like when I watched, I do a lot of research to when I go through this. And shout out to Brendan Nunez, who brings me all kinds of crazy stuff and says, "Hey, read this, read this." I'm like, okay, or watch this. I watched him on with Shannon Sharp, and again, Shannon Sharp's show is a little bit like the machismo guys, like sitting there talking guy stuff. And so I think that there is a persona that is like portrayed on that show. But when he was asked about this specifically, it wasn't, he had a straight denial of everything that was ever been written wrong about him. But it was also like, show up and let's debate this. And there was no contrition. There's no accountability for some of the things that we know to be true. And it's more of, hey, somebody's source said this or somebody's source said that. There was like a hunt for who has said the anti, the homophobic thing that's pinned on him. There's like a hunt for who put that out there. Who's the anonymous source? Who's the anonymous source? And
the anonymous source.
Just a spoiler alert, there could be like 10 of them.
Yeah.
He didn't say that in private.
Right.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't say that in private. So look, I think at the end of the day, again, you have to be balanced and you have to be fair, and you can't let that, like a bully pulpit, be the way that you handle situations like that. Like, did you make mistakes? Yeah, I made mistakes the first time around. I learned from my mistakes. I'm ready to be better. And I hope that I get another opportunity. Okay, that took me 10 seconds. That probably would have gone a long way, but I haven't heard that.
He said that.
Oh, I don't know.
In the Sharp interview, he said, absolutely, I would do things differently.
Well, yeah, he
didn't get into specifics. He didn't. But
but he didn't say I made mistakes. He said I would do things differently, but he didn't say I made mistakes. If I'm not, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure he didn't say that. And that's why, look, I think there's just so much to this story of back and forth. And, the report today about Vivek Ranadive preferring Mark Jackson or whatever. I know Kings fans are just absolutely out of their mind. We all need to take a step back, and we need to make sure that, number one, has Mark Jackson even been in the building yet for Vivek Ranadive to have that kind of thought? Number two,
Vivek is the Kings' new biggest rival. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah. But Vivek wasn't on the Zoom calls. He wasn't part of the first round of interviews. And all of a sudden,
hold on. Can you run that back? Can you say that one more time for the people in the back?
Yeah. According to the reporting of the great Sam Amick, which I've had plenty of conversations. I trust Sam as much as I trust any writer in the business. According to Amick, Vivek was not in the Zoom meetings. It was Joe Dumars and Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair that did the Zoom interviews. And so the first round was done without Vivek. The second round is where Vivek is going to be part of the in-person interview and going out to dinner and stuff like that and getting comfortable. So again, what we're saying here is that that if Vivek already chose him, he chose him outside of the interview process. And so again, I think at some point you have to take a step back and say, okay, why are we getting information? And I trust Mark Stein as well. Somebody told him the information that he got. It's just, why is it that we're getting that information now? Who are we getting that information from? Why is it happening now versus 2 weeks from now? Like there's value in that information. And if you can't see the value, then, you're not looking for it. Got me?
100%. 100%.
Guess the source is always a fun game to play when it comes to NBA Twitter. Stuff is always out there for a reason, but that sure. Well, see, this is difficult but Mark Stein's a good reporter.
Yeah.
So it's not a question of whether Mark Stein actually got that information. It's a question of whether that information is actually accurate. And according to James, or I guess to be fair, according to Sam Amick, who's not allowed to appear on the show, it's not. Vivek hasn't been a part of it. So how could Mark Jackson know?
No. There's a way that those two things could be exclusively true. That both of those things could be true. That Vivek has fallen in love with him, and that Mark hasn't been in Sacramento yet, because he could fall in love with him on his own, doing other things with other people calling him and trying to change his mind about Mark. And so there are different ways that could happen, but like
that feels like a reach.
Yeah, well, I mean, but this is.
I'm not putting it above. I'm not saying as though the Kings are incapable of doing that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying at this point we're falling. Essentially, what you're saying is falling in love with the idea of Mark Jackson.
Well, I mean, he does know Mark. There's no question there. He does fully know Mark. I mean, he was an owner of the Golden State Warriors, an active minority owner when Mark Jackson was a head coach there.
The tweet says Mark Jackson has impressed Kings owner Vivek Ranadive in the interview process.
Yeah.
That's
true.
Specific wording of what Mark wrote.
Yeah.
Define the interview process. He's not in the interview.
He's watching old interviews of Mark Jackson.
He's not in the interviews. He's part of the process.
Again, I can tell you that every single Zoom call has a little button that says
recording started.
Recording started. So was Mark Jackson was the interviews again? You could easily record the Zoom interviews and he could watch them back later. And so again, there's so many layers to the onion. I just think that what we have to do here is take a step back, let the process play out. Steve Clifford was first. Mark Jackson is second. Mike Brown will be later in the week because of the playoff schedule, and then he'll get his opportunity to make his case. He's also going to get the last turn, and that's usually a really valuable thing. So I think this always has come down to, in my opinion, whether Mike Brown wants a job or not.
I think the dogs are excited about Mike Brown. We can hear them running into the.
They may have just shown up.
The James Ham podcast studio. We'll come back. We'll check on James's dogs. We'll talk more about these three finalists, and we'll ask James who he thinks is going to be the head coach here. And as we continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, is D'Lo and Casey along with James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
A Gregory. So Grady says, stop quoting players for what they think of other players and coaches. It's all empty calories. The fraternity is too tight. You know what fraternity is tighter than that? The coaches fraternity. And you know what fraternity is tighter than both of those? The owners fraternity. So if you got owners, I'll put it to you like this. If the owner said, he ain't working no more. He ain't gonna work no more. That's just, I'm not saying that's what happened, but if you want to play that game, Gregory, there's a fraternity tighter than all of them.
Dogs came in like Stone Cold. Look at Bryce with that Kings Beat shirt on right there.
Nice.
The baby daddy. No, you misunderstood. Sam literally can't come on our show. He's
There ain't
paid
no
not
beef.
to. He's got a. I'm very happy for Sam getting that money to not come on the show, but yeah, he can't. He's exclusive to the bad guys.
Yeah, like I'm gonna point this out, like right here. I'm worried about the Festus Azelis of the world. Yeah, you shouldn't be worried about the Festus Azelis of the world because he's not in the league anymore. You should be worried about the way that people treat people. That's what you should be worried about.
Yeah, I'm disappointed how many people in the chat missed that.
Yeah,
that was disappointing because he wasn't the only one. Like Cole said the same thing. Like we're minimizing people now because of their place on the roster. Like, come on, guys, we're better than that.
Yeah, I mean,
like that's yeah.
You gotta have a full buy-in. I mean, did we not just walk into a Sacramento Kings season where two guys wouldn't buy in, and you watch the whole thing frickin' implode?
Yeah,
I mean, you know.
Here's what I'll say about that. Those guys, Steph, Dre, and Iguodala, they're in that locker room too. They were in there too. And if it went down the way it's been reported, what you guys are telling me is that those three men are like, yeah, what he did to the Festus was cool. That if it's going down exactly how it was reported, yeah, that's cool. He's a good coach. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if it went down the way it's been reported.
They didn't get specifically asked about the Festus Ezeli situation, not in anything that I've
that's
seen.
Part of him being a good coach, though. Like that's part of him being a leader and all this other stuff. Like that, he would do that to people, and they'd still be like, "Yeah, he's good. Hire him." I don't know, man. I don't know if the type of person Steph is, Andre. That if it went down the way it's been reported, I'm not saying it's 100% false or nothing like that, but if it went down the way it's been reported, that they would be cool with that and be like, yeah, he's still a great coach. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, but I think we've already seen that there was a certain level of buy-in from Steph Curry. I mean, go back to the anointed oil ankle story. Like, Steph Curry shows that his buy-in was 100% to Mark Jackson, enough that he went to his church, ran around the gym on a bum ankle. He just hurt his ankle. Then stayed around on stage, got his ankle anointed with oil, and was told that his ankle was healed, and then ran around the gym because that's what he was asked to do.
So this is what I hear. I hear y'all saying Mark Curry got Steph Curry brainwashed. That Steph is so loyal to Mark that he would disregard bad things happening to other people.
No. I think that Steph was a young player at that point, and I think that young in the league.
Guys.
Okay,
we're coming back. You've got a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. You can enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. That conversation regarding Mark Jackson continued well through the commercial break. Kenny, you want to pick up where you left off?
No, I look at like Steph Curry, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, Jared Jack is another guy. Jared Jack is a role guy. He's not a star who has had plenty of good things to say about Mark in the past. And my question was, when we bring up the Festus Ezeli thing and everything that happened there, you compare that to Steph Curry and these other guys being proponents for Mark to get another job. They were in that locker room. And if the story went down the way it's been reported, the way it's been told, the other thing I also want to say about that is nobody's on the record aside from maybe Andrew Bogut. You got to look into that. But all the people that say Mark was, this terrible guy and he was doing nobody's on the record. Those three are in front of cameras. They're in front of microphones every time talking about the good that he did and that he should get a job. All this other stuff I'm not saying it's not true, I'm just saying it's hearsay. Nobody gets on the record and says this is what happened. I've talked to somebody personally who was in that organization that told me when all this was going down, man, a lot of this stuff they talk about, Mark, I'm there every day. It's not what's being said. He said straight, is he perfect? Absolutely not. But it's not everything that's being said. Talk to this man personally. So when you talk about the stories the way they're reported, if these guys are willing to stick their neck out publicly and continue to say that he deserves a job, he deserves another opportunity, he's a really good coach, are you guys telling me that they're just ignoring the bad stuff that he did in the locker room and are just saying that he deserves to be a coach just because they like him or what? Like Steph Curry, Draymond, Andre, they're ignoring what he did to Festus and being like, that's not my problem. He handled his stars right. He should be a coach. Is that kind of what's being implied here?
No, I think what's being implied is their experience may have been different than other people's experience with the same person.
But they lived in that. They lived in it. This wasn't a secret. The Festus Zealand thing, that wasn't a secret moment that happened anywhere else. Like if it went down like it's being reported, that he told the rest of the team that Festus wants them to lose. Festus comes back and is questioned about it, and he's almost brought to tears. That happened in front of them. So what the people are telling me is Steph, Andre, Draymond are like, yeah, we saw what happened to Festus, but hey, that didn't happen to us, so I ain't got nothing bad to say about him.
Well, I can tell you that in no situation that I've seen have they been asked specifically about that story at all. Like I haven't seen them been asked specifically about that story and about how Mark treated others than themselves. Mm-hmm. And again, like they have an opinion. I get it. My point isn't even that stuff. It's that what have you done to show that you're ready to be an NBA coach again? Because you say you're ready? You haven't, because you talk about it on the TV? Like, that doesn't make you an NBA coach. And I get it. He was a player for a long time in the league and a really good player. He was a really good player. But the league isn't the same when he left it. It's just not. And he hasn't been doing the work that the other guys have done. And so people will say, why do you just focus on the stories of that time? It's like, because there's no other like thing to look at. It was a 3-year period. He didn't coach before it. He didn't coach after it. I can tell you what the path of a guy like Steve Clifford and a guy like Mike Brown, I can tell you their path to the league. I can tell you their successes and their failures. And then I can tell you where they went afterwards as they tried to improve as coaches. Mm-hmm. Well, like if you don't cut it the first time, and again, we can argue whether he was able to cut it or not. He showed improvement as a basketball coach on the court. Like they got better. They were a better team from the first year to the last year. But what have you done after that? I got nothing. Like, again, because you talk about it on the TV does not mean that you know the X's and O's. It does not mean that you've been keeping up with all of the film study and everything else that all of these coaches have done. Mike Brown still sits there and goes through the details of every single one of the scouting reports for every game with Steve Kerr and with the team. Like, those are things where he's learning. So continued education is part of it. Mm-hmm. So that's again, maybe it would work. It's very possible. But I mean, you're fighting a 16-year battle, and I don't know how many head coaches that have failed. And you got one guy with 3 years of experience and other guys with 21 each of coaching with some of the best coaches in the league.
Sorry, I fell down a rabbit hole.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I two just quick question, actually, for Kenny. You were harping on the Festus Ezeli thing for a minute. Are you questioning the validity of that report?
I mean, all I can do is take it at face value. Like, people have reported it, and it's been reported. I'm not saying it's not out there where the story came from. I just hadn't read where the story came from. It's just an anonymous source says that this happened.
Okay.
That's what I've seen.
Okay. I see. You're asking the origins of the story. Okay, I got you.
That's all I can go. Like that's what I'm not going to say. That's a lie.
I found the original port, and I can't. There's no one tied to the story. I did find an exchange, I guess, on Twitter between Festus Ezeli and Mark Jackson. So, I told you I fell down a rabbit hole here. This was 5 years ago. So that's, what year is it? That's 2017? Yeah. Festus Ezeli says, as my guy Mark Jackson always says, there are sermons in stones. Hashtag preacher preach. Mark Jackson replies, shh, they said we don't like each other. LOL. Hope you're good, big fella. Festus Ezeli. 3 crying laughing emojis. Let them tell it. There. Solved it.
There.
We did it. We got to the bottom of Festus Ezeli has not been mentioned this much on Sports Talk Radio, maybe ever.
Sacramento's Festus Ezeli.
Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I trained with Albie Akani trained Festus Ezeli.
Yeah, look, I mean, these are all part of like their flags that you're either going to put up that are going to be tagged on someone or not. Like when you're going through the deep background process, these things you want to get to the bottom of. And so I hope that the Kings have got to the bottom of every single one of these things.
I hope they called Festus Ezeli.
Yeah.
I hope they
I'll talk to Harrison Barnes.
Go talk to Harrison.
Okay.
Well, Harrison already said they're not going to talk to him. That would be funny.
That's true.
Yeah, he already said. Yeah.
He knew all along. They ain't gonna ask me about Mark Jackson. They ain't Harrison Barnes knew all along it was going to be Mark Jackson.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, you go back to these reports and you read them and you read who wrote them originally, and you can go through and kind of figure out like what's who the writers are and all that stuff. And like, look, I'm a guy who has anonymous sources. So, and I can also tell you that if there are this many stories, there are more. But, again, some of them you can't write, some of them you can. Because, I mean, I've seen so many crazy things in Sacramento, and I know so many other stories that have happened that I can't write.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Off the Record with James Ham, the King's Beat. That's why you need to be a premium subscriber over at the King's Beat.
There's a couple of stories I can't even say there that are like, oh dear Lord.
Those are the premium subscribers.
Yeah. So if it were like if Mark Jackson were a coach this whole time or an assistant coach the whole time and was getting along with everybody and was able to reset where he was as a coach, I would have no problems with him right now. But again, I don't see the continued education. That's what it comes down to. It's that, you can't just wander into the league and find instant success all the time. It happens every once in a while, but I mean, look at Steve Nash just like spinning his tires and not having a great time in Brooklyn. Chauncey Billups. Sometimes it works. And people say, oh, well, Steve Kerr did that. Well, no, Steve Kerr was also like in a front office, running the Phoenix Suns. Whether that was successful or not is another question.
It wasn't.
but still,
no, wait a minute.
He was around the game when he stepped into that spot.
Yeah. Wasn't he the GM when they went to the Western Conference Finals?
I don't know.
I think he was.
I don't think so.
I think he was.
I don't think so.
That's a good question, but I don't think so.
Well, let your boy, the investigator, go to work here. Oh, what do we got? Suns were eliminated by the Spurs in 5 in the first round of the playoffs.
I thought he was. I could have been wrong, but I thought he was.
I don't know. There's a Nazi Germany reference in here.
Oh, my.
Oh, boy. Either way, I'll tell you, like, even as a writer, even as someone who's been around him and everything, like I can have an opinion about Mark Jackson and his candidacy and what that would mean to the Sacramento Kings. And not everyone has to agree with me, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I can look at and see how things have worked out here in Sacramento with other situations, and really just tell you that, is it worth the gamble?
Mm.
There are safer and better options. And that's how I rank them. There are safer and better options. Better options, coaches that have better track records, that have been in the league longer. Again, like look at Mike Brown's career win percentage. Did it come with a star? Sure it did.
I don't know why we disqualify coaches who coach stars. Like what
No.
was he supposed to do? Like, nah, guys, I can't coach this guy. No one will ever take me seriously. What are we doing?
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
No, I think so too. But you have to look at the guys like Steve Clifford who didn't have stars, and also like kind of
I
go,
don't want to.
okay. I don't want to give him credit for anything.
Steve Clifford.
I
Steve
get it.
Clifford
I get
just
it.
does not excite me at all, man. Not at
Yeah.
all.
Good basketball mind, good guy.
Absolutely. And I don't know
disagree.
why. I don't know why it matters. Like it's not like I'm not going to cover the Sacramento Kings to cover Steve Clifford. Like I'm watching the product on the court.
No, of course.
Which is of course a representation of Steve Clifford, but I don't know. That doesn't excite me for some reason. And I know Mike Brown isn't super exciting for some people, but I think and have thought a lot of Mike Brown, and I'd love even prior to this final group being withered down here a little bit. I liked him more than Charles Lee. Like I can't tell you anything about Charles Lee and be genuine in that conversation. I know what Jill tells me. I know what James tells me. That's about the extent of what I know. I know Darvin Ham a little bit more. Will Hardy is a name I'd heard for a couple of years and was just super intrigued by. Mike Brown was in my top 3 when this all started, and the other 2 are gone. I'm thrilled if it was Mike Brown. I don't know why I can't get excited for Steve Clifford. I don't know. It feels like boring. I don't know.
No, I get you, but I also understand that like if you're running a franchise that has struggled a bunch and you need a defensive minded coach, like we can say that Will Hardy, Darvin Ham, and Charles Lee could be great defensive coaches, but we don't know that. And that's a problem. We don't know that, and again, that's where I would kind of like bring it back to Mark Jackson. We know that in one circumstance, he showed improvement as a coach. Take the fact that Michael Malone was there out of it. He was able to improve for 3 years, but it's not the same game. And so where are you going to get it? Because if he is your choice, you need incredible assistants that have been in the game. You need really good assistants either way. But if it's Mark Jackson, we're talking about guys who are like that are next head coaches type guys that can step in and do the X's and O's, because that has never been the strong suit here. It's getting guys to buy in. So,
James, and you don't have a rooting interest or anything like that. You want to cover a winning team. That's about as far as the rooting interest goes. But let me give you a hypothetical. If the Sacramento Kings went through all this and they genuinely believed that Mark Jackson was the best candidate, whether they're right or wrong, that's a completely different story. But they genuinely like, no, this is the best guy. But we just can't do it because, the backlash or, all this other stuff. Would you be okay with that? If they thought he was the best guy, but they essentially were afraid to hire him because of everything they got back, would you be okay? Would you understand it? How would you feel about that?
Yeah, would I understand it if the backlash was there? And because we see the backlash, right? If they took that into consideration, like I don't think that the fan base is freaking out over nothing. Like if you think he's the best candidate and you've gone through the vetting process and all that stuff, and that's who you hire, there is going to be backlash for sure. But like I'll be one who has to go in there and interview Mark Jackson every day. And like he's a basketball coach at that point. Like I have a very strict way that I handle coaches when I'm covering a team. If he's a head coach, he's a head coach. Like this discussion ends. Like again, you talk about Like, I don't have a horse in this race at all. I don't. My only thing, I would like to cover a winner for once.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, 12 years of horrible basketball. And that's where I keep saying this is about the X's and O's, the basketball side of it. Like, who gives you the best chance to win? And that's why that's sort of how I ranked my guys, like in this thing. And they're in the top 3, but that wouldn't have been my top 3 at all. I would have had a completely different top 3 than what they have. Well, Mike Brown would have made the top 3. I told you guys last week, like, Mike Brown is the safest and the easiest, and probably will be the most successful out of all 7. The younger and experienced guys are a gamble. Each of them have their own gamble. Steve Clifford, you kind of know what you're getting. You kind of know what you're getting, and I wrote it this weekend. You know what you're getting, and it's more of the same. Like, you've hired a bunch of coaches that have struggled to take a team to the next level. And I've seen enough of, like, the player arc, the coaching arc of Steve Clifford to, you can see where it's good and then it starts to tail off. He's been, like, in tough situations where they blew up his team in Orlando, but they blew up his team in Orlando because they never won. Like, you don't blow up a team to just blow it up unless you're the Florida Marlins, Oakland A's. You blow up a team because it's not successful. And that's why they traded Gordon and Vucevic and Evan Fournier and all that stuff. So look, I don't know, like, the inclusion of Mark Jackson on this list, I thought was interesting to start. I didn't think he'd make it to round 2. He's made it to round 2. If he's the last man standing, he's the last man standing. And, if he wants to have a conversation with what I've said on D'Lo and Casey, that's fine. I don't have any problems doing that. And we start on day 1 with a fresh start, and we move forward.
I think that's day 2. I think that introductory press conference, some questions need to be
Of course they do.
asked and answered. Just because I'll be thinking about it if you don't say it. Was it Will, Darvin, and Mike as your top 3? Will Hardy, Darvin Ham, Mike Brown?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was obsessing over that the whole time you were talking. I was just wondering if it was if that was the top 3. You kind of alluded to this a minute ago. Who can build the best staff?
That's a good question. All 3 of them.
Because you just emphasize how important it is.
I think it's Mike.
I thought.
I think it's probably Mike as well. But all of these guys, have ties with around the league. Mark Jackson has ties around the league for sure. So maybe he can. And they all 3 of them have different agents. And so you'll look at that too. Like, the agents help you build a staff. Like, they'll help you if you get to the point where you can't get your number 1 guy, but you'll get your number 2 guy, and then they'll help you build out your 3, 4, 5, 6, the rest of the staff. And I think that's a good thing. Like, there's a lot of good coaches that are going to be available to add to these staffs. And that's a big part of it. You got to get it right. But I think the key that we're seeing is that the Kings, their main focus is, let's start with a defensive-minded coach, and we can build from there.
Yeah. Defense. Mm-hmm.
So who's the offensive-minded assistant coach that's going to come in and help, like, all 3 of these guys?
Me.
Okay.
I don't know. And that's, again, go back to Mike Brown. Mike Brown just spent 6 years with Steve Kerr and his staff, and the great coaches that have come through that staff. So he has put in the time. Yeah.
He's getting paid for another year. Why not bring him back? You
Wait,
got Luke.
Is he a
you got
consultant?
Alvin.
No.
You got to work, Luke.
Just kidding.
Nothing in this world is free.
We've only got like a minute left. Anything we need to know about Joe Dumars? Anything kind of underlying there that?
No, for 3 years he was in Sacramento. They never once let us interview him, ever.
Joe Dumars, we hardly knew you.
Exactly, we hardly knew you. And if Amic's report, which I believe is accurate, that he wanted a little bit more power and didn't get it, that's fine. Like I'm okay with the way that Monty and Wes are handling this thing right now, and hopefully they get the coaching hire right, regardless of who it is. Hopefully it is the right decision, and hopefully it's their decision. And like not having an extra voice in the room, that's a good thing.
Yep.
Like
There it is.
there's a lot of cooks in that kitchen. Like the fewer the better.
I agree.
They're gonna burn something. They don't stop messing around. You got a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park, October 15th and 16th. Enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Head over to the King's Beat. Become a subscriber to the newsletter and the podcast as well, the King's Beat podcast. Here's Mark and Katie. This is from last night.
Keegan, thanks a lot for joining us for the big-time game tonight, man. Look really comfortable out there, 5 of 6 from downtown. Tell us about what you liked about the way you played tonight and what you didn't like.
Yeah, I just think I got the shots I wanted, the shots that I knew that I could make. So it was really easy playing with the starting five, Sabonis and those guys, just playing off of them. And I just think that we have a lot of room to improve defensively as a team, especially in the second quarter. They had 36 points that quarter, so just go back to the chalkboard and try and get that right.
Just unimpressed with everything. Yo, man, that Keegan Murray at least 37 years old. He got the mentality of a grown ass man out there. He's a 15, 16 year vet.
At some point, though, I do want him to big up himself. I was feeling good out there. I was shooting the ball really well. Don't want him to turn into Derek Carr.
No, we don't want that. We do not want that at all.
Derek Carr, you guys won the AFC West. Yeah, the interception was my fault, and I've got to be better. And you didn't have any interceptions. I know, but it was a near interception, and it was my fault.
I threw one in my head. Keegan had a turnover in his brain, and he's really upset about it. Like he thought he just had a vision of turning the ball over, and he just went and apologized to Coach Mike Brown. And man, that seemed to be, we're going to talk a lot about this when James joins us, but that sure seems to be the theme coming out of last night. Certainly what they did offensively, they made 21 threes last night. I don't believe that that's the difference between them winning and losing a game. I think that's the difference between them winning a game and winning a game by a lot. That 3 ball just dropped beautifully for them. But we heard post game, Terrence Davis got some early game action yesterday. He checked in pretty early. Keegan Murray, Alex Len, Terrence Davis all checked in around the 6:35 mark and played with Fox and Kevin Huerter. TD got the old Sandman cane pretty quick. Yeah. He got run off the Apollo stage, but he said post game he missed a couple of defensive assignments and Mike pulled him. And that was something that seemed to have become a prevailing theme in the conversations last night. Accountability. I heard Deuce talking on night chat for most of you, morning chat for me. I heard Deuce talking about Mike pushing these guys at shoot around earlier in the day. And man, accountability seemed to be the word coming out of last night's game.
Yeah, and to me that goes twofold, right? Because I love to see that from Coach Brown and him holding these guys accountable and staying committed to whatever their process is. I love to see that. But also you got guys like Terrence Davis who, when they're called to task for something, accept it. They have their own level of accountability, their personal accountability, not to pout, not to get mad that he was taken out. He said, no, I didn't do my job and I got pulled out. And next time I get an opportunity, I'm going to make sure I'm on top of it. And we saw him play better defense next time he was out there. He had a big block, went coast to coast, passed it to KZ for the transition jam. So I think a lot of the times that goes both ways. And I think that's more so what I would always get at, right? When, we would talk about, the pass coach and Luke and all this other stuff and no accountability. Well, it's not the fact that he wasn't saying it. It was the two-way street of he's saying it. Maybe he didn't pull him out the way Mike Brown did, but he's saying it. But also these guys understanding Like, nah, he's right. I have to be better.
Well, but if there are no consequences for not doing something, what stops you from not doing it?
Wanting to be better, like not wanting to suck.
Okay.
Like I understand it, but that's all I'm saying. There's a person.
You wouldn't tell Reese to not do something like if you told Reese to not do something over and over and over again, eventually you're gonna punish him for it.
I understand what you're saying. We're talking about grown ass men, not a 9-year-old.
But how is the mentality different? Oh,
because you should have the personal pride not to want to suck. Like if you're watching the same film everybody else is, you're the one standing there not getting over and rotating.
But the point is clearly that didn't work.
That did not work.
Because we've been through this for years. Like it didn't work. You had to find a different approach. And whether whether it's a different approach or just Mike's approach, it was, okay, you missed one assignment. All right, hey, let's do this. Let's go. You could hear Mike yelling the whole game from the sideline when the crowd wasn't roaring. And then okay, you missed another one. All right, sit down.
Yeah.
That's the approach now. And clearly it registered with Terrence.
Yeah,
he brought it up.
Don't get it twisted. I have no problem with Mike Brown doing that. And it seems like that didn't happen before. I get all that. I'm just saying I like Terrence's approach too, where if he did get pulled or if he did get yelled at because of it, he's not sitting there sulking and pouting. He's like, you know what? You're right. I have to be better. You know what I mean? And if that results in him being better and learning it while being in the game, or him being better and realizing that on the bench because he got pulled, one way or another, he has to realize at some point he's got to be better and accept that and not make the same mistakes. That's all I was saying was kudos to him as well as Coach Brown for not sitting there and being like, oh, coach is tripping. It's just the preseason game. Nah, it's time to be better.
It's an approach that clearly has their attention. Again, you go through some of the media scrum last night and you heard the word accountability a lot. And, as amazing as it was to watch that 3 fall the way that it did for the Sacramento Kings last night, it gave up 94 points. And you heard Keegan. Keegan took the second quarter particularly hard where they gave up 34. Now, for context, the Kings scored 39 in that quarter. So they didn't even lose that quarter in which they gave up 34 points. But he knows that when they sit down, last night, when they sit down for film today, which I'm sure they already have, that second quarter is going to be a big focus where they gave up those 34 points. And it's hard not to look at these two games and go, okay, I don't know how much better they are defensively, but they are better defensively. There's a million factors that are that make it difficult to truly evaluate what we're looking at here. And most of it is that it's preseason with limited minutes. But I'm not going to look down at it either. Like, okay, the foundation is there. There's clearly the ability, the want, the need, and the desire to play better defense. And through 2 preseason games, we've seen them do just that.
Yeah, I look at the way they play, and I feel like that's a little bit of a product of, the up and down nature of the defense. Number one, that's just the players that they have. They don't have like these primarily focused defensive players. So there's going to be lulls in that. I get that. I accept that. You just want to make sure they don't last over the course of a whole game, right? The second quarter, oh man, we got to step up. We got to be better. Correct it there, whether it's the coach or the players or a combination of both, and not let that linger into the third and fourth quarters. Or if you're in the fourth quarter and you're having a little bit of a lull on the defensive end, you snap out of it after the first time out, and you're knocking that out immediately, as opposed to we saw the last couple of years. These lulls would last for games, like consecutive games. You know what I'm saying? So
these lulls would last for seasons. Stretch from one season to the other.
Yeah. So you don't want that to continue by any means. And they gave up 94 points. It seems like a lot, but I mean 94 last year. Let me pull it up real quick. I think that's 10 below the best team in the league.
While you're looking at it, Will Z, who was just fiending for stats, got these to us. In their 2 games so far, the Kings have a defensive rating of 83.7. That's first in the NBA. They've held their opponents to 84.5 points per game. That's first in the NBA. They've held their opponents to 35.6 field goal percentage. That's first in the NBA. 22.5 turnovers. That's first. They've held their opponents to just 4 fast break points. That's first. 9 points off of turnovers. They're slacking. That's second. They're playing. It's preseason. You can turn your nose up at this all you want to, but they're playing better defensively. I don't expect them to be the Boston Celtics of the second half of the season this year. I don't expect them to remain first in all of these categories through the season, but that's not what we asked for. We asked you not to suck, and it's very clear that this team is invested in the way that they play defense this season.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
What would you personal pride?
Personal pride, man. You know, one of the things that I think about watching these 2 games and watching the way Mike Brown goes about these things is I feel like we talked about it before when he was hired and the rosters put together. It feels like, we don't know just yet, but it feels like a perfect pairing of the way the coach, his style of coaching, and where almost all these players are at in their careers. And I thought about that because I thought about, remember when we had Matt Barnes on and he talked about playing under Mike Brown and how Mike Brown, it did not go well in the Laker locker room.
He just said he didn't have the, if I recall correctly, because he said the same thing on the Hulu doc, that Mike just didn't have the respect of that locker room.
Right. And I think about the timing. So some of the things that stand out to me is, and I know it's preseason, but the game is 2-2 or whatever the case may be. Somebody hits a 3, Mike calls a timeout. And I can imagine guy, if he does that with Kobe and Lamar Odom, he's got, what are you doing, bro? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What's going on around here? Hey, we didn't win champion. We didn't been in NBA finals. I don't need you micromanaging me. Like, leave me alone, bro. I'm not for all that. I could imagine them having that type of feeling because they've accomplished a whole lot. This group, they need that. They're all these guys are fighting for something, whether it's a contract, respect around the league, playing time, whatever. They all have a lot on the line, and they're super focused on what they need to do to accomplish all these goals, team goals and individual goals. And a guy like Mike Brown coming in and being very a guy that micromanages every single aspect of what they do at the very start, I think that works a lot better with this group as opposed to like a Lakers veteran group. And I
maybe more a championship veteran group.
Yeah. I just think that works because I could see where that wouldn't work. The way he handled Terrence Davis the one time coming off when he subbed him out and he told him he missed it one time and all this other stuff. Say that to Lamar Odom, you might get out of my face at that particular time, but Terrence Davis he's fighting for his career. He's going to be more apt to listen to what Mike Brown is saying and listen and have the cachet of somebody like Mike Brown who's been in the league and won championships and be like, yeah, I got to listen to this guy. It's my last hope in this league.
Yeah, the word that always comes up, I think, as recently as De'Aaron Fox's conversation with J.A. last week in the Sacramento Bee was when talking about Mike Brown was detail.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly De'Aaron wasn't the first to say that. He was the latest to say that. Everybody says that about Mike Brown. He is so detail-oriented. And for a team that had a coach that handed out books about meditating.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe detail was it on the basketball floor wasn't what they were looking for.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson seemed to be more in tune with the details of your personality than anything else. And Mike having, man, it's a great point where it's a great point that you make there, that detail. That's what this group needs. Goes back to the hiring process. Mike is the perfect coach for this team.
Yeah, I think it's a great pairing, man. It's a great pairing. This group, that coach, they both need each other in a major way. I love it. I love what I'm seeing so far.
Mike Brown. So this is going to be interesting. Let's bring in Jason Lloyd of The Athletic. Jason, I know you covered the Cleveland Cavaliers now. You covered the Cleveland Cavaliers when Mike Brown was there. And it's going to be an interesting few minutes for us because we just talked with Matt Barnes, who played for Mike in Los Angeles. And hey, he had it, he had a unique experience. I'm curious, what's your overall opinion on Mike Brown as a head coach?
So there's a lot to unpack with a simple question because I think Golden State drastically changed his style and his approach. And I'm really curious to see how he is. Obviously, I didn't hear what Matt had to say, but I've got a couple guesses because Mike, when he was here and when he was in LA, he was very much we're going to go until we get this right. And everything had to be perfect. And I mean, he had a 3-hour practice in Summer League in Vegas when he came back to Cleveland. And guys were like, "Are you kidding me?" And like, let's back up for a second. So I haven't talked to him since the pandemic. Like, I haven't talked to Mike in at least 2 years. But I know the experience at Golden State was really good for him. And in terms of a human, you will not find a better guy. He is a phenomenal dude, just in terms of character and just like, I've been around this league long enough to see the gamut from scumbags to pretty great dudes. And I would 100% put Mike in the pretty great dude category.
You really just covered the last couple of years of Kings coaches. So that's good.
So Mike, I talked to him when the Cavs and the Warriors were playing in the finals. I had a couple of really good conversations with him, and he pretty much said that, like, being there really was good for him and helped to lighten him up a little bit to where he doesn't take everything so seriously. And it doesn't have to be we're not leaving here until we get this right 3-hour practice. It doesn't always have to be that way. So I'm really kind of fascinated that this is the job he took because, I mean, everybody knows about the dysfunction in Sacramento. He's had opportunities before to get back into it. I don't know if he would ever do it again. He was very, very happy being Steve's assistant in Golden State. And like, his name came up in the Ohio State coaching search when Thad Matta stepped down. And I remember like texting going, "There's no way you're taking that job." He's like, "No." Like, he was loving life. And so of all the jobs to take, it really surprised me that this is the one that struck his, whatever to want to make him a head coach again. But I think he would be really good. X's and O's wise, you won't find a better coach. Like, he's fantastic in terms of X's and O's. He struggled at times relating, I think, to players. And like I said, the 3-hour practices, whatever else, and we're going to be here until we get it right. Turned off a lot of guys, I think. And so that's where I think being in that Warrior culture will really, really help him. And I'm really curious to see now what kind of coach he is, given what he already knows about the game, combined with, I think, the relaxing atmosphere of Golden State and how that wears off on him.
Yeah. So it's so fascinating that you would, have that type of outlook on it, because that's one of the good things about, going to different places and being under different coaches and things of that nature is you get to maybe see some of the flaws in what you did the first time and say, "Hey, I'm not going to incorporate that this time." What is like some of Mike's core beliefs essentially as a coach that even time in Golden State isn't going to change? Like, this is who he is.
He is a defensive-minded coach. He's going to win on the defensive end. He's always been that way. And like, listen, I'm not going to pretend to be a basketball expert. I know enough. I know what I'm looking at, and I know enough about the game to cover it. But we had conversations in Vegas when he came back to coach the Cavs the second time. We were sitting there in Mandalay Bay or something, and he was diagramming plays with like salt shakers and napkin dispensers with me. And like, okay, when this happens and this does this and this goes over here, I'm like, okay, wait a minute, you got to back up. You lost me. And he'd back it up and he'd show me again. I'm like, no, you got to do it again. You lost me. Like his mind is very much a defensive mind. And I don't see that changing at all. And he says things like they have to feel us on the defensive end. Like he wants to play a physical defensive style. And in terms of offense, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to run. Like he got screwed the second time around in Cleveland. He never should have got fired. He got 1 year, and Kyrie never really bought into him. And I think that was really complicated. Like Kyrie never really gave Mike a chance. And when your best player won't give you a chance, it's really hard for you to have success as a head coach, obviously. And Dan Gilbert made this big thing when they brought him back. He said it was a mistake in firing him, and he apologized. And they fired him again a year later. And so that never should have happened. He never should have got fired as fast as he did. The whole thing just fell apart in Cleveland. And it was unfortunate to see. But I think he'll do a great job. You got to give him time. And that's one thing Sacramento doesn't seem to do with a lot of their coaches. And again, that's why I'm frankly shocked that of all the opportunities that he had to take over time, that this is the one he would take after he already dealt with a pretty dysfunctional organization in Cleveland.
He's coming to save us, Jason. That's what we have convinced ourselves.
If you give him enough time, he will turn it around.
Well, that's the problem. We don't have time, Jason. we don't have time. Like, it needs to happen now. Now.
Well, what's really funny is because I've seen that with Browns coaches. It's the same thing. Like they want immediate. Like they've been through it for so long that they want immediate. They want you have to do it now. Do it right now, or we don't believe in you. And that's a lot of times coaches wind up paying the sins for their predecessors. I've seen it time and time and time again. Doesn't matter the sport. Happens all the time. And I'm just saying, like, if they'll be patient with him, and you got to give him players. Obviously, any coach is only as good as his players. He can do a terrific job as an NBA head coach. I absolutely believe that.
You mentioned Mike's focus on defense, and I think that's one thing that's come up a lot over the last week or so since we saw Mike Brown was, a finalist here. Not just his attention to defense, but perhaps maybe. Is it fair to say there was a struggle on the offensive end, or is it a lack of attention on the offensive end? Like, what was really the disconnect, if there was one, with Mike Brown and offense?
Yeah, he probably could use an offensive coordinator type on his staff. Certainly when he was here, he could have used that. And again, that's where I'm really curious to see his staff that he builds. And who he brings with him. If he brings anyone from Golden State, obviously the Warriors know how to put the ball in the basket. And who will come, if anyone, from that, if he'll go back to his Cleveland roots to assemble a staff. Some of his teams struggled to score. There's no question about it. He had a really young LeBron his first time around. And a lot of times it was just give it to LeBron and get out of his way. He's one of the greatest of all time. Let him go figure it out. And then obviously he had Kobe in LA. So he's had some superstar game-changing type players. I'm talking through this in real time with you guys. It's funny because I just saw Mike Longobardi over the weekend, Kings assistant coach. And that's sort of his strength is defense. And Mike's family still lives here, still lives in Cleveland. And I happen to bump into him. We happen to live in the same city, and I bumped into him just over the weekend at a restaurant. And he was saying, like, we got to see who the coach is first and see if he'll be back on staff or not. And that is Mike's strength is defensive coaching. So I don't know what that means for Mike's future. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But in terms of an offensive coach, yeah, I think that he could use someone to help him on the offensive side. And again, that's where that Warriors impact. I'm interested to see how that carries over.
Yeah. Mike gonna have scores like Ohio State football. That's the score it's gonna be looking like.
Jason,
now, when they brought him back to Cleveland, they brought him back with the idea, like Byron Scott. When Byron was here, they were just terrific defensively. And Mike made this. It was a young team, and he made them better. They improved on the defensive end, they improved across the board, really. I think they won 9 more games, but that was the year before LeBron was going to be a free agent, and it was very much an expectation of playoffs or bust that year, and they didn't make the playoffs, and it looked like a disaster of a season when, in reality, they improved dramatically over they were the year before he arrived. It just wasn't enough to satisfy ownership.
That first year in that his return to Cleveland was playoffs or bust?
Yes. Because you got to remember, okay, so like I wrote a whole book on that. So I'll boil the whole thing down to like 30 seconds. They spent 4 years trying to reshape the roster and get them in a position for LeBron to come back. And the first 3 years were with Byron, and they were awful defensively. And I loved Byron. I had a great relationship with Byron, but they were horrific defensively. Mm-hmm. And Dan Gilbert was very much a defensive-minded coach, and he always regretted firing Mike. So they went out and spent in free agency. They brought in Jarrett Jack. They brought in Earl Clark and someone else. I don't remember. Oh, Bynum, Andrew Bynum thing. And it was very much they felt like they had to make the playoffs to try and entice LeBron to come back. And they were awful those first 3 years. And it was by design. Like they were trying to accumulate trade assets and high draft picks, and they wanted to build a roster that would be appealing to LeBron. And it was a disaster. In that 4th year, there was a ton of pressure on the organization. Everybody knew it was at stake. It didn't work out. The GM got fired, who's actually one of Mike's best friends. Chris Grant, the old Cavs GM, is one of Mike's closest friends. And Chris got fired, and then Mike got fired after the season. And then the funny thing is LeBron wound up coming back anyway. And had they just stayed patient, the plan actually worked. But they just got impatient and fired everybody and swept everybody out. And it ended fine. Like, David Griffin came on as Cavs GM. He used all the assets that Chris acquired, traded for J.R. Smith, sort of reshaped the roster, traded for Kevin Love, and the Cavs got the championship out of it after all. But it's just unfortunate that it looks like a stain on Mike's record when really he did the job that he was asked to come in and do. They just didn't make as big enough of a leap for him to save his job.
Well, good thing Mike coaches for an organization that's much more patient now. So we're all in a better place.
I'm telling you, man, that was the most surprising thing about it. Of all the, because I know there are other teams that were interested in him over the last few years. Mm-hmm. Of all the teams to jump back in on, he basically jumped back into a situation very similar to what he had in Cleveland. That surprised me.
He's going to right the wrong.
Now we need wins now.
Tremendous insight, Jason. Can't thank you enough, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Good luck with them.
All right. Happy to bring in Jason Reed of Anscape, as well as author of the new book, Rise of the Black Quarterback, which is available wherever you get books now. And Jason, we praised it as you joined the stream, man, but we'll do it again here for the radio. Kenny and I got an opportunity to read the book over the weekend. Absolutely tremendous historical context to the NFL, and really gives backing as to why we say some of the things that we do about players at that position in today's league.
Well, I appreciate you guys for having me, and appreciate you for the kind words. I set out to try to tell a story about the history of not just the black quarterback, but black men in the NFL. Focusing on black quarterbacks because of their importance and the role that they played in this league. And so when I hear that you like the book, it makes me feel good, because I wanted to get these stories out, and I wanted to do the best job I could telling the stories of these men.
Nah, man, phenomenal job. We'll get the hard stuff out. They could all be hard, but this is the current issue that we got going on with Deshaun Watson. And my partner talked about during the break where Deshaun Watson is starting to get into this category, almost like R. Kelly, where it's like you can't even really, like, I don't want to talk about him. Like it's very uncomfortable, and it's very like crazy. And a perfect example of that is last night I was just, after reading some of the book, I just it put me down a rabbit hole of like, man, I want to see some videos of different conversations that some other black quarterbacks have had in the past. And there was this roundtable with Warren Moon, EJ Manuel, and I forgot the guy's name who went to Tennessee, but I just was listening to it as I was walking around doing some other things. And then I went to like see, who is that talking? And Deshaun Watson was on there. And I was like, oh my goodness, I don't Oh, just seeing him and just seeing what's going on, it's become very uncomfortable to see him. And I don't know how this works out for his career, to be honest with you.
Well, look, everything you just said, okay, and the issue is that with him getting a 6-game suspension, the NFL's disciplinary officer handed down a 6-game suspension, no fine. Like, it doesn't feel right to a lot of people. It feels like, okay, something more should have happened here. And the NFL wanted him to be suspended for a year and have a hefty fine, a massive fine, in the millions of dollars. But the NFL disciplinary officer didn't feel that there was enough evidence to go beyond the 6 games, which in the NFL's personal conduct policy, which she determined he violated, but by his actions, 6 games is kind of where she felt it came down, and she didn't feel she could go further than that because she didn't have the evidence to do it. So, you look at the situation, all the women who came out, and it just doesn't feel right that it's only 6 games. Now, as far as where his career goes, guaranteed $230 million, biggest guarantee in the history of the NFL. And I think it's one of those things where after the suspension situation is dealt with, because the NFL can still appeal it. And if the NFL does appeal it, they'll go back and try to get more games, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
So the NFL, actually, right before you joined us, we weren't sure if you got to, the NFL did appeal it.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
Before you join us, the NFL did appeal it. And I think it was actually Ian Rappaport just posted a note here about how, because the NFL appeals it, now the NFLPA can respond. This is ultimately probably going to wind up in federal court somehow. And
I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. The thing is that this is the arbitration system the league agreed to.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, after the league, like you said, they just appealed it today. Whatever the appeal is, that's going to be it. Whatever the ruling is on the appeal, and because this has been collectively bargained. I mean, this is in their CBA agreement. So this will eventually end. It's going to end with whatever the appeal ruling is. But my thing is that, look, two grand juries in Houston declined to indict him. The Houston Texans settled 30 lawsuits with women. I believe of the 24 lawsuits that he had filed against him personally, I believe all but one of them or 2 of them have been settled. Mm-hmm. The arbiter, Sue Robinson, she heard from the NFL, she heard from Watson's camp, she heard from the NFLPA, and she just didn't feel that she could give him more than 6 games. Now, we don't know what the appeal is going to say. The problem is the league had to appeal this for the optics, because all anybody's going to care about is that, well, no matter what the league wanted, he only got 6 games. So the league had to do this. But, man, what we've seen is that when people win, a lot of things are forgotten about. So here's my guess. Let's just say that the appeal doesn't tack on any more games or a fine or anything else. And let's say after 6 games, Deshaun Watson is back on the field. There will be people who will protest. There are going to be people who are outraged about this because it doesn't feel right. Mm-hmm. But I would not be surprised that if Deshaun Watson balls out and Cleveland has a great season, you're going to hear less and less about this every week. Because in our society, if you ball out, if you win, a lot of people are willing to overlook a lot else.
Yeah. I also, where is that line drawn, though? You know what I mean? In the world of the NFL, I believe you're 100% accurate. But like in the black community, there are still, I guess there are still discussions about, is an R. Kelly song going to come on the playlist or not? Can you pull up an episode of the Cosby Show? Can you know what I mean? Like Deshaun 3 years ago was arguably top 3 quarterbacks in the entire league. Mm-hmm. And it's a tough thing to reconcile.
Well, let me go down that road you were going down about Cosby and R. Kelly. I was out with some friends at dinner one night, all black people, and I say that because it's relevant that it's a group of black people. Mm-hmm. And there was a black woman in the group who said that, but the 12 play is still one of the greatest CDs ever. And people jumped on it. I mean, not literally, obviously, but it was like, how can you say that? And I just shut up and I listened because it got real heated. Like R. Kelly in our community now, you can't recognize his brilliance as an artist because of everything else. And I get that, people, because of everything that happened that we know about now, it's just one of those things where, like, man, yeah. But so when she said that 12 Play is still the greatest CD ever, I was like, oh boy, like I knew it was about to get hot. Okay. And look, if he goes on and wins a Super Bowl for the Cleveland Browns, I think a lot of people are going to be kind of the mindset where, like, well, yeah, but he did win us a Super Bowl. I just think it's. I'm not saying it's right, okay. And again, I'm with y'all. The 6 games thing, it just doesn't feel right. Even though under the NFL personal conduct policy, I understand why she ruled the way she did. But there's the letter of the law type thing, and then there's just how it makes you feel, and it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, no, it's a crazy situation. We already see that at training camp the other day when Deshaun Watson was there, and he was getting mobbed in a positive way, I guess. People getting autographs and saying, "We're with you, Deshaun," or whatever. So you still see it. I mean, before he went into jail, R. Kelly was still able to have a lot of people at his concerts, right? There's just going to be that group of people that they're not as bothered by, I guess.
And let me say this, like, Deshaun Watson, 2 grand juries in Houston did not indict him. They did not feel there was enough evidence to indict him. And so I want to be clear when I try to make this analogy. Bill Cosby was sent to prison. Okay. So he was convicted. It's not the same thing. Okay. So, and I know I'm probably going to still take a lot of backlash when I say what I'm about to say, but there are still people who will tell you that in our community that Cosby got set up, that Cosby, no, I don't believe it. I mean, there are still people who will say that. And again, I'm not drawing a straight line between him and Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson wasn't charged with any crimes. I want to make that clear. But, we know what the things that we deal with in our community on a daily basis and the conversations that we have, when white people aren't around, and the things we say to each other, it doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Let's transition to the book. Jason Reed, author of Rise of the Black Quarterback, available now wherever you get books. You pointed out something really, and I don't know why it had never dawned on me before. You pointed it out really early in the book where you're talking about, Russell Wilson and Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, this different group of black quarterbacks that are in the league right now. And you mentioned Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes being the first black quarterback who was like the best. Like, he was the guy. There was no Brady. There was no Manning. There was no, Dan Marino looking over Warren Moon or any of those, John Elway looking over Randall Cunningham. And I was like, damn, that never clicked with me, that Patrick Mahomes was the first. And every time I see Mahomes and I hear the way that Mahomes talked about, and I think you'll know what I mean when I ask this, is Patrick Mahomes the safest, like, first black quarterback to be the absolute best? Because, like, there's Patrick Mahomes and then there's Lamar. Like, they don't look the same. And Patrick is a little bit safer for some.
I totally feel where you're going with that. And I would, like, a few years ago, I would have said to you, yeah, that if you're making the comparison, to Lamar, absolutely. But you see why I shy away from even, like, going there and now saying 100% I agree with it is because back after George Floyd was killed in Minneapolis by the police, Patrick Mahomes came out in a video with other NFL players, but he was the guy at the time. There was no question he was the best player in the NFL. He came out in this video and said, Black Lives Matter. Now, at the time, the NFL didn't want anything to do with the Black Lives Matter. Mm-hmm. If you remember, after Colin Kaepernick, peaceful protest, Kaepernick ran out of the league, and the NFL was just furious about the fact that, he brought this attention that the NFL team owners didn't want. So when Patrick Mahomes said Black Lives Matter in that video, it changed a lot of things. Like you couldn't be against Patrick Mahomes if you're the people who run the NFL, because he was the best player in the league. And he forced the NFL to acknowledge the Black Lives Matter movement, to step up more, funding social justice issues. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but even he kind of turned like to something that they didn't expect. Because when he said Black Lives Matter in that video, it forced the NFL to like now finally acknowledge this and deal with it. But yeah, he doesn't look like Lamar. He doesn't have twists. And if you're an NFL team owner, you see differences between them in the way they look, the way they play. But Patrick Mahomes showed, hey, I'm black. Like he could have chosen to be quiet, but he decided not to. And he said, Black Lives Matter. And he knew what that was going to do. Okay. Because look, a lot of white people, and I say white people because we know that from polling on the Kaepernick protest, it fell like along racial lines. Black people, according to polls, generally supported it, and white people, according to polls, generally didn't. So he knew that by stepping into that thing, he was declaring, look, I'm a black quarterback and Black Lives Matter. So they didn't. So basically, team owners didn't even get the break that they, thought they might have gotten from him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Jason, we have I don't want to call it a running joke because there's a lot of truth in how we go about this. But myself and Damian, when it comes to a black head coach in the NFL and definitely in college football, you won't hear us go crazy on them, right? Like they may make the worst play call of all time. We'll be like, that was unfortunate. And I think why we do that. We're not, they don't get a shot. They don't get a chance. So I'm not going to be the black man to come on here and talk about how this guy sucks, how Lovie Smith is no good. You ain't going to get it from me, right? When it came to the black quarterback, there was a time when that was the case.
Yeah.
It felt like, and I said, we've been doing this show for 2 years. And I remember, matter of fact, it was the season opener between Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. And I think we went down the list of like week 1, there was like 10.
It was like 11. Yeah.
Black quarterbacks, right? And it felt like at that time that we didn't have to do that with the black quarterback no more. We were here. It was accepted. We're good to go. We can, we don't have to be coy with any criticism with them because we're gonna get another one back in there. In the last couple months, when you talk about what's gone on with Lamar Jackson or what hasn't gone on with his contract and the way we feel he's kind of been treated or mistreated in Baltimore, some of the things that's gone on with Kyler Murray, are we not where we maybe thought we were when it comes to black quarterbacks being accepted even today in 2022?
I just wrote about this today, as a matter of fact, because look, things have never been better for black men who play quarterback in the NFL than they are right now. Deshaun Watson and Kyler Murray have the biggest contracts ever in NFL history. There are star black quarterbacks throughout the league. Black quarterbacks have this position of power and influence in the league that even 10 years ago you never would have thought possible. I mean, Russell Wilson is, he forces a trade out of Seattle. He's going to the Hall of Fame eventually. You got Patrick Mahomes who has a massive contract. The other guys I mentioned, Dak Prescott in Dallas has a massive contract. These guys now are superstars and they have the platform and they are among the people who run the league. Having said that, though, it's still America. And even in 2022, and it's so funny you point to that Mahomes Deshaun Watson matchup a couple of years ago. And yeah, I felt the same thing. Like, we're finally at a point right now. I was in the process writing the book, but I was like, we're finally. Just this past week, the article comes out where these anonymous defensive coordinators talk about Patrick Mahomes. Once you take away his first read, he has to play quote unquote street ball, and then Lamar Jackson can't win passing the ball. And we see that Kyler Murray, the team puts in language in his contract that says, you got to go study more. So, we're still at a point where this is still America. And Patrick Mahomes addressed this in training camp last week. We said, we've had to fight to get here, black quarterbacks. and we've proven that we should have been here all along. But you hear the evaluation of us, and it sounds a little different than it does of other people who don't look like us. I'm paraphrasing. That isn't exactly what he said, but that's the point he was making. So no, we're not past it yet, because we see, we let our guard down. We thought that, okay, all these guys are now in the league, they're starring in the league, but this past week showed us, no, we're still at a place where it's America, and we're going to see coded language, and these guys are still going to feel compelled to address it, just like Patrick Mahomes did the other day.
Is that what you think the Kyler Murray thing was?
About
the independent study clause in his contract?
Yeah, here's my thing about the Kyler Murray thing. The Kyler Murray thing brings back memories of a time when NFL people who controlled things openly said black people they're not smart enough and they don't work hard enough. That was a work habits thing, okay? And there was a time, and I just talked to Warren Moon about this the other day, there was a time when they would be open about it. I mean, it wasn't something that they said in secret. It was like, black quarterbacks, black players in general, and black quarterbacks also, don't study enough. Well, I don't think the Kyler Murray thing was a direct line back to that. I think that it brings back images of that. But for me to think it's just an overall racism thing, then Mahomes would have to have had that in his contract, and Lamar would have had to have it in contract. I think what that was, while it reminds us of that, that was just the Cardinals being really stupid, okay? Because you don't guarantee a guy $160 million if you don't think he is putting in the right amount of work. What I think that was that the Cardinals generally were okay with how Kyler studies, but they're guaranteeing $160 million now, the second biggest guarantee ever in NFL history. And they probably wanted to poke him a little more to think, okay, study a little bit more, because you're great with the way you're studying right now. But if you just eat up that playbook even more, you can maximize your ability. But that's not something that should have been put in the contract. That's something you say to him privately, because putting it in the contract, it brings back all these memories of saying that the black quarterbacks are stupid and they don't work hard. And why would you give a guy $160 million if you don't think he works very hard? Right. Okay, it didn't make sense. And it didn't make sense so much, they wound up taking it out of the contract because of the backlash. So the Cardinals made a huge mistake. I don't think it was about overt racism, although that's the memory that it brings back.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. Read in your book, once again, Rise of the Black Quarterback, Jason Reed. You guys go get that everywhere that you can. Phenomenal read. But reading your book, then I was actually listening to some interviews and hear Warren Moon talk about some stuff when he was coming up. And there's things that you just, they don't even make sense to think about. He talked about how when on his pro day, he wouldn't run as fast as he could at his 40 because he didn't want them to even get an inkling of changing his position. So if he was fast enough to run 4.4, 4.5, he said he made sure he ran 4.7, 4.8. Just because, and like who else has to deal with that kind of stuff? And I see things, I'm a Niners fan, and I see things with Trey Lance, and I see Trey Lance as being like just kind of like a good prospect at quarterback. But when you hear about it, then maybe it's indirect and they don't know that they're doing it. But Trey Lance, he's got that RPO option now. Like, no, he's a quarterback. He's not even that fast. Like he's just a quarterback. But inherently, there's things that always get labeled with a lot of the black quarterbacks and I think it gets into their head too. I think I heard EJ Manuel, or maybe it was even Deshaun in that interview, saying like, "Oh, if you ask me, it seemed like he was overcompensating for how much he likes to throw the football." And like, why does that even have to be a discussion? Like, let me just play quarterback. If you run, you run. If I throw the ball, I throw the ball. And do you see that with some of these quarterbacks and the discussions that you have, that they tailor their game, they overcompensate their game to being a pocket guy to prove that they can be that, as opposed to just letting their natural ability take them from play to play? Like, do they feel that pressure to overcompensate in the traditional sense of a quarterback?
Well, first of all, let me apologize because my son was going to football practice, so he just walked behind us as we were doing this.
That's all.
So
Is he a quarterback?
No, he's a wide receiver. But I'm with you. I definitely think. I definitely know for a fact that in the past, like pioneers did that. James Shaq Harris, who was the first black quarterback to start in a playoff game and to start a week 1 opener. I mean, he told me like he never felt himself in the NFL because he never allowed himself to play the way he did in college. He went to Grambling. He never allowed himself to play that way because he was always fearful if he played the way that he was most successful, they might not let him continue to play. Now, I'll say the guys in today's guys, no, I think they let it rip. They do what they do. They play their style of play within whatever the offense is that their teams are running. But yeah, the Pioneers, the Pioneers did not have like room for error. Okay, they did not have the ability to say, well, all right, the coach is telling me to do this, but I'm gonna do it a different way. I'm gonna do it the way I did it in college, and I know that's the best way to do it. So I totally hear what you're saying about tailoring it. And in the past, without a doubt. Nowadays, no. Now these guys, they do what they do because, listen, they got all this guaranteed money. They're the faces of the team. They know they can't pull them out because they're paying them this way. So yeah, they do what they do. But in the past, without a doubt, that did happen.
We could do this all day. I'm sure you have a million more of these to do, man. We can't thank you enough. Thank you for your words. Thank you for the book. It really is incredible. Rise of the Black Quarterback. Before we say goodbye, you spent some time as a Dodgers beat writer.
Yeah.
Anything you can share with us about any interactions you had with Vin Scully during your time?
Yeah, I actually posted about this on Facebook today. When I was a very young reporter working for the LA Times, I got promoted to cover the Dodgers. And in LA, you can imagine how big of a job it is covering the Dodgers. And I was scared out of my mind. I mean, I was a kid. I was really worried, was I going to be able to do this job? And one of my first days at Dodger Stadium, someone introduced me to Vin Scully, who I'd grown up listening to. And he could not have been nicer. I mean, this guy, he was already in the Hall of Fame, probably multiple Hall of Fames at that point. Just this icon, not just in broadcasting, but in baseball and in the country. And, I'm introduced to him and I admit it now, I was nervous and he was just asking about my background and the things that I had done. And I'm just standing there not saying a word. And he picked up on it. He sensed it. And he just was saying all these nice things to me about what he had heard about me and what a great opportunity this was. And, anytime I need to talk to him, stop by the booth. And he shook my hand and he walked away. And fellas, I'm telling you, I don't think I said 2 words the whole time. But, as the years went by and I covered the team for 7 years, Vin was nothing but, couldn't have been more accommodating, couldn't have been more classy. On the road, the writers, like on the Sunday games on the road, we all have breakfast together and Vin would stop by and at the table and talk to us. And, in rain delays, Vin would come out and tell stories. Like there's nothing like Vin Scully, for anybody who's heard him, he tells these great stories on the air. Mm-hmm. Well, imagine, sitting at dinner with him and he's telling these stories. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite, and I know I'm getting long-winded here. I'm going to. You're good. The Dodgers during the time I covered them, we'd all go out to dinner, like the executives and the writers and the broadcasters, and like there's nothing like you sit at a table with Vin and you could literally listen to him talk for hours. He talked about the old Brooklyn Dodgers days, and he talked about Sandy Koufax and Don Drysdale, but he just wouldn't talk about them. He would tell these stories, and the way his voice was, and he was just a very kind man. I had an opportunity back in those days when I covered the team trained in Vero Beach, Florida at Dodger Town. They don't do that anymore, but you go from LA to Florida, Vero Beach, and there was this bar at the team complex, and Vinny and Tom Lasorda and Don Drysdale when he was still alive, they'd come in there and they'd tell these stories about the 60s and the 70s and what the team was doing, and everybody always just wanted to hear what Vin had to say. And he was just so he was class. He was class. And, I hadn't talked to Vin in years, and I had not seen him in years. And, I wish I would have told him how much, what he did that day, the first day I met him, how much it meant to me. But I didn't do it. And, life moves fast, and, we always think we're going to have time to do things, and it doesn't always work out that way. But he was an incredible man, much more than a broadcaster. He was an incredible man, and my heart goes out to his family today. And just want to say rest in peace.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're glad you had time to share that story and time to write this book, man. Again, it's incredible, Rise of the Black Quarterback. You spent a ton of time with us, man. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on the book.
Awesome.
Hey, brothers, thank you all for having me. Appreciate y'all. Thank you all for having me.
Welcome in the voice of the Sacramento Kings, a man, Mark Jones. Mark, optimism is at an all-time high, my brother. How you feeling headed into game one tonight?
It's nice when you can take the guardrails off and just feel good about the 82 games to come. You know what I mean? Optimism, feel refreshed. New head coach, new faces on the roster. Got to feel good about the opportunities this year, not just and it's not just stuff that you feel intrinsically. When you speak to people around the league, some of my colleagues at ESPN get the vibe that you feel validated a little bit because they see some of what you see as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Mark, man. We see this team not only with the pickups and
adapt and buy into what Mike Brown is teaching. I know it's only the preseason, but this team has had a very significant makeover when you look at their offense and defense, offensive principles, the pace, the space, the paint touches, ball reversals, playing in the 0.5, competing at the defensive end. When I look at the duo of Sabonis and Fox and how they seem to be on the same page and how connected these guys look, there's big time reason to be optimistic. And I'm not going to be thrown if the team doesn't get off to a fantastic start. I think there's still going to be a lot of room for growth. And I think that as they get acclimated to themselves and the coaching staff, without giving away too many early, I'm not going to say they can throw early games away because it's a pretty daunting schedule to start the year, right through December, right? We've all looked at it. I still think it's about, I hate to use the term process, but process doesn't automatically mean that it's going to be painful.
Yeah, Mark, you've known Mike Brown for a long time. I haven't had the privilege of covering him for that long, but how have you seen him change over the years, and how much has this opportunity specifically really like a fresh start for him, but also like a point where, he's grown as a person and as a coach, and he's ready to take on the task of running a team for, I don't know, what is this, the fourth time, but really, the first time in a long time.
Yeah, I love the way that, I think Mike has grown exponentially, not just on the defensive end, but more so even on the offensive end. I worked with Mike a couple of years at ESPN when he was in between jobs. We broadcast the 2010-2011 NBA Finals on ESPN 3D. And,
that's a throwback.
Yeah, I know. I know. Not many people remember that either. Hey, those 3D glasses things, there was fun while it lasted.
Oh, man, all you dumbasses who bought 3D televisions.
Right, put your hand up if you did. It's okay. You're not alone. You're not alone. But, I think I've seen James, how he's evolved offensively, and that is doing part, obviously, to his time with the Golden State Warriors. And I think Mike would be one of the first to tell you that he's really kind of caught up to the nuances and learned how to coach superstars. When you talk about LeBron early in his career, and then, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond with the Warriors, and now being able to impart some of that with De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, who's a two-time All-Star. I think that's where I think we've seen a little bit of an evolution in Mike. But the best thing about Mike, guys, is that he is still a stickler for details. I always like to tell people, this is a dude that when I worked with him at ESPN, he ironed his own shirts before games. Like, Mike, downstairs in a few minutes, yeah, I'm just finished ironing my shirt. Like, he is a detail guy. And we saw evidence of that in 3 preseason games when 1 minute into the game or 1 minute into the half, he called a timeout less than a minute into the quarter. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Guys aren't ready. He's about those details, man. And that is culture change happening right in front of your very eyes, right in plain sight.
Mark, we can't wait for tonight for you to say, timeout called by Mike Brown. It's 2-0. There's 11:30 left in the first quarter.
Yeah. I know it's going to be something.
One thing we really love about Mike, Mark, and shoot, you can speak to this. You're one of the most confident dudes we know is, Mike exudes confidence, and it feels like that's bleeding over into this roster that's probably lacked it for so long now.
Yeah, you know what, guys, and especially as it pertains to the Kings, like if Mike can, imbue the rest of the team with confidence, you get to a point where we've all done it in life. You fake it until you make it, right? like I remember Hubie Brown tell me one time, the great thing about the early part of the season is, some of the lesser teams don't know they're bad teams yet. They don't find that out until December or January. Well, if you can fake it until you make it, now it doesn't matter whether you're an upper echelon team or not. You believe in yourselves, and with that confidence comes wins, and with wins comes, potentially breaking that 16-year playoff drought. So you see it every day of practice. You see how impressed a lot of the players are with Mike in the way he moves and shakes, and you'll hear guys talk about how precise he is, what he expects of them. This team's at a new level relative to where they were last year at this point.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, we're anxious to see this whole squad, right? Like I want to see, all these guys together. There's so, like we talked about earlier, there's so much positive energy and bubbling at the surface around here. But is there one person in particular that you can't wait to see out there this year? My guy, for example, is Malik Monk. I've been trying to get Malik Monk in Sacramento for like 6 years. Finally got him in Sacramento. I can't wait to see him in a Kings uniform. I think he's going to have a great season. Is there a guy you're looking forward to seeing out there tonight?
You know what? I think, there's the obvious characters, right? Like we all think universally that De'Aaron Fox is on the cusp of becoming an all-star. Sabonis has been an all-star. Harrison Barnes is Harrison Barnes. But for me, the little bit of the wild card is Kevin Huerter. I think he's a big-time player, shoots 39% on three-point shots, has good length to be able to help this team defend. I think the best of Kevin Huerter is still to come. We saw a glimpse of it in Game 7 with the Hawks against the Sixers, and he came up huge in a game where, Trae Young struggled. I think he's got championship metal inside. There's a guy that grew up idolizing Dwayne Wade and, the Heat championship teams. And I just think that Kevin Huerter is a great piece for the Sacramento Kings and a personable kid in the locker room, too, that is kind of one of the guys that Mike Brown is looking at to make some good things happen in Sacramento.
And I know Mark has seen a lot of Kevin Huerter because the reason why I remember it is I remember seeing Mark getting lined up before Kevin Huerter's game in the arena. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. He was down there on the baseline at the State Farm Arena getting a line up. I said, no, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, they got a big time barber in the arena in Atlanta, man. But yeah, and you know what? It's not, listen, there's two different identities for Kevin Huerter, right? There's Red Velvet, and then there's, on the streets of Atlanta, up in Buckhead, he's known as Kavon.
Oh, yeah.
Kavon. Because he's slick with it like that. He's got that street cred. He's got that street cred like that. That's what his all his hockey teammates tell me anyway.
He pulls up out of the car and like Babyface for the Coolin' you was playing out of the speakers.
Exactly.
John B's.
That's right. Mark, we're looking forward to seeing you tonight, man. Can't wait for this Kings season ahead. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us on a game day.
You guys be good, man. Take care.
Think a secret line. I don't know. Jesse's saying we got somebody on the line.
We're going to the phone?
Going to the phone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know who it is?
No.
Just read it in the text.
Oh,
we're going to the phone lines.
Okay. I didn't know the phones worked. My bad.
Yeah,
Chris.
we're going to
Chris from Elk Grove.
How y'all doing, guys?
You know who that is, right? Chris at Elk Grove. It's happened. It's finally happened.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's finally happened.
Oh my God! Chris Haynes is on the phone. The bid is dead.
My sources were telling me, man, my name kept coming up. How I was a no-show here and there. I'm like, man, let me pop in on my dudes, man.
Oh my God! Oh man,
Chris Haynes in the building, everybody. Chris Haynes, they going crazy right now. Chris Haynes in the building, man.
This is I don't even know what to do. What do I do with my hands?
That's right. I'm here, man. It's all love, y'all. How y'all doing, man?
We good, man. We appreciate you. We appreciate you, of course. Chris Haynes, TNT, one of the most prominent writers in the world from Elk Grove. So like you've obviously been tipped off on the bit that like it's been a running joke that we there were 2 times I think that we reached out to you to get you on the show, and like a day later, and I know it was just a coincidence, but it was really funny. You were on Deuce and Mo show. It was like, man, this is so it just became funny to us.
Oh man, it's all man. Look, man, I would never try and slight you brothers, man. It was never like that, man. I don't know if I can't look. I honestly can't remember what happened. But you know, look, man, I'm on, man. I wanted to make sure because, like I said, my sources told me it became a running joke. So I'm like, let me jump on here and show them what the joke is about. So let me get up in here with y'all.
And you know what it is, man. Every time we see Chris Haynes, you know, it was always love, man.
Yeah.
It was always. I already knew what it was. It was just some kind of mix-up because every time we see him, it's always love. So I seen him last night, and I told him, I said, Chris, man, when you coming on the show? He's like, man, anytime, man. You know what it is. I was like, Chris, the bid on the show is you never coming on the show. And he was like, what? That's what they said. He said, hey, man, I'm going to come on there tomorrow, man. It was a good time, man. So he made it happen, man. That's my guy, man. But you were there last night, Chris. Kings Warriors, man. What you thinking about this Kings team right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I was at the first 4 games of the Kings. They start off 0-4. And, you know, you had to wonder a little bit, like, okay, well, are things really changed? Like, is there really a shift? I like what Mike Brown was doing over the preseason, and it seemed like he got the players' ear. But you just see this turnaround right here, man. It's like even through that, you know, starting off the way that they did, I still didn't get the belief in talking to De'Aaron and talking to Keegan. Like, I didn't get the belief that guys gave up. You know, it's kind of easy to give up when you've been there.
Yeah.
You know, been there so long. You know, this team, you know, what's the drought? What's the playoff drought right now?
Long.
How many years?
Long.
16 to be exact. This is year 17.
Yeah, so for a lot of these guys, this is all they know. It's like to go through these times that they don't know how to, you know, get over that hump. But I mean, if you look at that game last night, Golden State had it. They had a sizable lead. I believe they were up by 15 at one point.
Yep.
And so they came back, man. They persevered. De'Aaron Fox is finishing games now. I think that was the next step for him to learn how to close games and take control. And we're seeing that. You know, Keegan Murray is like the oldest playing rookie I've seen in a while. Just the way that he carries himself, and so they I was impressed. That wasn't easy to do, especially when there's a lot of Warrior fans in there rooting on the Warriors. That was a good win.
Chris, you see the best players in the world on a very regular basis, man. What do you what are you seeing from De'Aaron so far this year? Because he's different. He's just on a different level right now than we've ever seen him before.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready and primed for that next step, and that's one thing. Draymond Green, and talking with him last night, that's one thing he mentioned. I guess De'Aaron was on his podcast not too long ago, and that's what De'Aaron said. He wants to take that next step into being an all-star player. And, we've all seen De'Aaron's skill set. We know what he was able to do. We know he had all-star. We know he's made of all-star material, but it just wasn't all put together. But it looks like he's taking that step, and not just him, but it looks like the team is a little bit better to where they can take a step together. And I think with De'Aaron, man, one of the fastest, or arguably the fastest player we have in this league. We knew that, but I think he's added elements of his game where he's like shifty with it now. It's kind of I ain't gonna say it's easy to guard a fast player, but when that's all the player is, it prepares the defense to be able to try to counter that. But when you're shifty, when you can kind of stop and go, where you catch the defense off guard with your quickness or your speed, that's when you can really use it to your advantage. And, we're seeing that with De'Aaron. The outside shot, his shot is better now. So that's another weapon he has at his disposal. So, we're seeing this is the best of De'Aaron Fox that we've seen to this point. So, now it's time to see if he can even take it another step, as this season goes on.
He's going crazy in the mid range too. He's got that down pat, especially off the bounce, man. Another guy that is, when he's getting an opportunity to play, when he's not stapled to the bench in foul trouble, Domantas Sabonis. Last night, what was it, 26 and 22 and 8?
28.
He's been phenomenal. What do you think about the way that he plays with this group? It seems like he is, at least offensively, I know he has some shortcoming on the defensive end, but offensively, he's perfect for Fox. He's perfect for guys like Malik Monk, Keegan Murray. He fits perfectly with what they're trying to do offensively.
Unselfish guy. I mean, I'm old enough to have. That's funny now that I'm using that term, because usually old people use that term. I'm old enough to have seen, his pop play. I wasn't covering the league. I was like 9 or 10, but I remember, I remember when he was playing with Portland. It was a guy that can catch it, catch it at the top of the key, run the offense, catch it at the elbow. You can put the offense through him. He's a good passer. He's very unselfish. It's just like his pops was. So it seemed like it's a natural fit with him and those guys that can shoot, guys that can cut. And he can do that. And now what he hit, I believe it was 2 threes top of the key. You hit that consistently, man, that opens up a lot more for that offense. And so, Sabonis, I mean, look, he's an all-star player for sure. But, I know he wants to try to do what hasn't been done in Sacramento for a long time, and that's, get to a postseason. But it might be this year. It might be this year. I think if you look at the West is still pretty good, but I don't think they're usually going into a season. You can look at the landscape of the Western Conference and you can say, oh, these 7 are in for sure. Period. Like you can do that from year to year. I don't know that you can say that there's 7 or even 6 that's there for sure. It's pretty. You got some of the top teams that that's going to be there when it's all said and done. But I don't know that you can say a handful of teams are going to be there for sure. So I think the Kings, right, if they stay healthy, I think the Kings are going to be right there, and they'll have a chance to make history.
They're healthy and they're committed to the defensive end. How much of that, Chris, do you attribute to Mike Brown?
That's all Coach Brown. That's in his DNA. That's one thing you ask LeBron about him. What does he remember best of his years being coached by Coach Brown? It was just the accountability on that end. Making guys like, you didn't play, you were not going to play if you didn't commit to that end of the ball. And I'm kind of curious. Well, not curious, but I'm a little surprised that I didn't see Keegan Murray being a guy that would be guarding some of the best wing defenders or even point guards. You see him guarding Steph last night.
Yeah.
You know, that I didn't know he was that versatile. And obviously there's things that he has to learn about where to have his hands at, you know, when guys are shooting, because he got called for 2 fouls on Stephen Curry while he was shooting a 3, which is a no-no. So, you know, he got to worry about hand placement and putting his body in the right position. But as far as moving his feet and being there, you know, he was lock and step, you know, with Steph or any other guys he was guarding. So he definitely has the attributes to be a good defender in this league. And that's the one thing that Mike Brown has identified. And I think that's why we're seeing him, you know, on some of these top players from the get-go. So that's only going to bode well for Keegan, you know, as he progresses as a full two-way player in this league. But, you know, Mike Brown got these guys bought in. I think that's one thing. If you look at the coaches over the last 4 or 5 coaches the Kings have had, you know, Mike Brown is the epitome of a defensive-minded coach, and that's something that they haven't had.
Chris, man, we appreciate you, big dog. You're a real one. We got 559 ties. We got Sac City ties. Shout out Steve, JT, Coach Jones, all our people over there, man. And we connected, big dog.
Nah, for sure, man. I told you I was gonna come through, man. Once, like I said, once my sources gave me the word, I'm like, all right, let me go ahead and get in there. Let me go ahead and get it from my blood. Hey, but nah, you know, it's all love, bro. Real talk, man. I support my people, man. So I appreciate what y'all do, man, because I know how hard it is for us in this business and any business, but I know how, especially how hard it is in this business, man. So I want to be known for somebody to support my people. So it's all love.
No,
Absolutely.
We
man.
appreciate you, Chris.
man.
Thank you, my brother.
Y'all take care.
And let's welcome in Terrence Davis,
Yes,
TD,
sir.
Sacramento Kings. I said this to you on the live stream. Said it to you on the live stream. Want to make sure the radio audience knows you guys are off today, man. So we really appreciate you carving out a few minutes to come hang out with us on your day off.
Anytime, no doubt about it.
You guys are clicking, man. Like we were talking about this to lead off the show. You know, the turnaround here in the last 8 games or so. It felt like you guys were playing really well the first 4 games. It just things weren't clicking for you. What's clicked for you the last handful?
Well, I mean, you know, I feel like, you know, we're definitely trending upwards. You know, won 6 out of the last 8 after the 0-4 start. I mean, we just been, you know, really merging and merging within each other. You know, Coach Mike Brown still kind of figuring out the rotation and things of that sort, because it's a lot of guys that can play on his team, man, and that can contribute at any given night. So I think, you know, once we kind of, you know, learned each other and learned his system and what he actually want us to accomplish night in and night out, and even, you know, on the defensive end, man, because that's what he preaching. We work tons on that. So even with that, man, just learning his system, I think we finally starting to click, and you know, that's the results we've been coming up with.
You know, TD, I want to say you personally, the way that you go about your business and the way that you've gone about things this year, in my opinion, it's a microcosm and it's the epitome of why you guys were able to claw back out of that 0-4 start. And I'll tell you why I say that. I thought you were playing well when you were playing. Then you had a couple games where you got 8 minutes. Then you didn't play against Cleveland. And then they ask you, hey, Mike Brown said, hey, TD, we need you here against Golden State the second time. You was ready to go. 18 minutes, 9 points, 5 rebounds. Don't play against Cleveland. Oh, we need you on Friday against the Lakers. 12 points off the bench, ready to go. You being ready to go, regardless of what happened the game before, the night before, whatever the case may be. I think that's infectious, and that's carried around this whole team. It's about whatever it takes on any given night to win. How do you keep your mind locked in on the task at hand when I know you want to play 30 minutes a night, but sometimes it's not going to happen that way, but you're always ready, man. How do you keep your mind locked in that way?
Well, like I said, man, you know, it's a lot of guys who can play and contribute on this team, man. So anytime, you know, minutes is low or anything like that, I don't really, you know, get frustrated, because I know that there's guys in the game that gonna handle their business, handle their own. But with me, you know, it's just about professionalism, man. Just, you know, this is my 4th year in the league. I've kind of, you know, been through some of this last year and a little bit the year before that, even in Toronto, my 2nd year. But I kind of fourth year, I just kind of reached that professionalism where, just any given night, you never know when your name's gonna be called. So just remain professional and be ready when your time is on.
TD, there was a moment, and I can't remember if it was a preseason game or a regular season game, but you got in and Mike gave you the hook pretty quick. And you said post game, I missed a couple of defensive assignments. Mike said he wasn't having it. And like you acknowledged it, you hit. Man, I feel like you've been an animal on the defensive end ever since then. Like that was, to me, like that was a turning point, man. And watching your growth on the defensive end this season has been for us one of the best stories to watch.
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, man, Mike he's gonna hold everyone accountable, not just me, but everyone. Start with De'Aaron, like he's the head of the snake. He's on him probably more than anybody. But defense is his thing. You know what I'm saying? And there's, like I said, it's a lot of guys who can contribute. So if you're not on point on the defense end, you're just gonna get somebody else in the game. So I kind of set that in my brain, like, I ain't coming out here to just, score, shoot threes, get up threes. I need to lock down some of these guys, some of these, better players on the opposite team. Guarding Jordan Poole, guarding Steph some nights. Maybe, guarding I don't know, Russell Westbrook with the Lakers down the stretch. So I'm just starting to take that into consideration, man, and just going out there and doing what I have to do to help the team.
Hey, TD, man, some of these home games to start the season, I know you guys hear everything and you hear the fans and, everybody's really itching to break this playoff drought. And it feels like, you tell me how you feel out there on the court, it feels like the home games have been kind of crazy, kind of nuts lately. Like the energy's been crazy. Have you felt that on the court? Have you guys felt that? Is it different from years past?
Man, it's been electric. Like even last year, a day back, like, after the trade, you could kind of sense that, Sacramento has some of the most loyal fans in NBA. Seriously, it's been a drought, whatever, but the fans still kind of manage to show up, show out, show their support, man. Every night out the games, we leave in the locker room, leaving the garage, and it's 15, 20 people there just, wanting autograph, things of that sort, man. Just showing their love, showing their support, man. It's great. Sacramento is definitely one of the most loyal fan base in NBA for sure.
You mentioned the head of the snake a few minutes ago, De'Aaron Fox. Are y'all? Do you on the team see what we're seeing out here? Like he looks like he is just in every facet of the game on an entirely different level right now.
No doubt about that, man. Like the Laker game, it was just on full display. Like the last few minutes, just give him the ball, man, give him a mismatch and get out the way. You know what I'm saying? He's an all-star, man. I said that after the Lakers game. He's an all-star. Obviously, we have to do our job and win to make him an all-star. But he's an all-star. He's playing like he's showing everyone. It's on the high stage right now.
Hey, TD, I just want to let you know, us Kings fans around here, we're working on the GoFundMe to take care of that technical that you got on opening night, because that was unnecessary.
Yeah, we got you.
You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. Don't worry about that. We got you, big dog.
It's been crazy though. Like even like I want to say that was last year. May have not been last year, but the year before that when I had just got over, they gave me one. I don't know if you guys remember this from we had played the Washington Wizards. I had went by Russell Westbrook, dunked over Robert Lopez. Yeah, they gave me one then. I don't know what it is, man. I don't be saying anything. Oh, yeah, word. I'm just enjoying the moment. Like it's crazy. I don't get many of them, So
meanwhile, last night, and I ain't gonna name no names, but homeboy scores one basket and he's flexing like this.
Come on, man.
And it's like, hey, man, like what? It's the first quarter, man. What are you doing?
Fourth-time NBA champs, I guess you got to get some respect out here first, and then you do what you do.
In all seriousness, though, TD, I mean, it kind of got national attention. Some of the things that was going on with the Kings not getting respected by the referees and things of that nature. What was the message inside the locker room for that? Because, I know it's got to be frustrating, and Mike Brown came out and said a couple things or whatever the case may be. But I know as a coach, as a player, You guys got to get back focused on, hey, we can't worry about that. We got to do our job. What was the message in the locker room?
No, just that, we can't worry about that. Definitely got to do our job, but really just going out and earning their respect, and it starts with winning games like last night, man. Just being strappy down the stretch and really earning the referee's respect, man, because that's all it is, honestly. They're human just like us, so that's simply what it is. It's earning respect, man, out here.
All right, TD, let's get to why you're really here. This has been a running thing on the show for like 2 years because we're legit. We're fans. Like we love your drive. We love your work ethic. Yeah. We've been down with Terrence Davis since the moment he got here. I talked to TD
a couple times. That's my guy. TD, my man.
Sure.
Yeah. So how many people tell you sound exactly like Future?
Yo, I knew this was coming right here, man. I know it was coming. So I've honestly probably heard it once, but I think I seen it on you guys' show. And like when I first seen it, I was like ball. I was like, no way that's us. Like no way that's me. And then you guys, I'm like, nah, that's crazy. Like it really sounds similar. I'm like, nah, that's wow right there. That's wow.
Hey, just like okay. There's like 500. Just say sensational. Just once. What's your favorite cheesecake, TD? Like, what's your favorite cheesecake?
I don't know, man. I like a carrot cake. I'm not really a cheesecake guy. I eat a carrot cake from the Cheesecake Factory, but it's carrot cake sensational. Carrot cake sensational.
That's my man. If he hit us with a early in the morning, late at night, I'll be like, oh man, it's over. It's over.
You said it was a blackout day, but you're gonna try to get in and sneak up some shots and some treatment, man. So we don't want to keep you too much longer, but you got a squad here that's rocking with you, man. We appreciate you to no end, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for having me.
No doubt, man. We appreciate you.
Y'all take care.
Here's our conversation with Kings assistant coach Lindsey Harding. How are games like last night? How do you like as a player versus as a coach? Which is harder to deal with? A game like last night as a player or a game like last night as a coach?
I'd say more as a coach, because as a player you're in it, right? You can actually be on the floor to make that like physical impact. And that's what I obviously like. I love to do, especially being a point guard. You're out there and you're trying to control as much as you can. Being a coach, it's a little harder because you're trying to explain and try to get your point across, and you're just hoping it kind of happens. But either way, like I guess emotionally it's harder as a player, but like physically it's like harder as a coach because you can't do it.
Yeah. Now the aftermath of something like that, I think about like how I was when I was a player, right? I only played college, right? So we playing 28, 30 games or something like that. We lose by, one. It don't really matter if it's a blowout or it's a close game, but we lose a game in a frustrating fashion. And I'm just, a mess for the next 24 to 48 hours. I'm so frustrated. I'm bringing that into the next game or whatever. We hear so many times in the pros that, okay, well, you lost that one. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 30, you lost and you move on to the next game because there's so many games. Is that kind of how it goes in the pros, or are there games like whether it's a close loss or a blowout loss that stick with you and go on to the next game? Or are you guys able to just kind of move on and move to the next game?
It's not that the feeling changes. It's just your approach that changes. So when you're in college, you don't have another game for probably another week. So a lot of it sits. And then when you go to practice, a lot of coaches make it sit. And you're like sitting in it. Like you talked about last night, it wasn't our best performance, but we have a game today. So it's one of those, it's a hard balance, but you got to have that feeling. It's like sit there because you don't want to feel it again. Yeah. But you have to be able to like really move on. We talk about next play speed, even in the game. It's like It's like another version of, you don't agree with a call. Are you going to sit there and like yell at the ref while the other team's going to do a layup? Or are you going to go and get that stop? And maybe you can have a moment later, dead ball, to complain about it or talk to a ref about it. So it's just a different feeling. But I understand there was a difference for me when I went from college to pro, to where, we had lost like 4 games in a row professionally. And at Duke, I had lost 4 games in 2 years. I was wanting to kick over trash cans. And you got another game tomorrow. So, yeah, the feeling is there.
Yeah.
It's just the approach is a little different.
Yeah, you ain't kicking over a lot of trash cans when you go to Duke, man. That's for sure. What did film look like after a game last night? What's film look like for you guys?
It's after a game like that, it's hard. You've played sports, so some games you just want to kind of like throw away. Some games you're just like, but no, it's not easy. You have to watch and you have to see certain things that we could improve on, be better at. And sometimes you could just be off. It's an 82 game season, and to think and expect that you're going to be on every single game and locked in every single game it's really hard to do. But we preach perfection, even though we know that that's impossible. So we try to hold the standard and show things. We do have an understanding that some things just kind of happen, but we don't want to make it a trend, and we don't want to start slipping and slipping. So no, a little bit of a longer film session. Conversations. Talking about a lot of things, but we're just ready to jump back for that next game. That's the best thing, is there's always another game.
It's a long season. Job's not done, as people like to say. But how are you enjoying this season, man? Have you been able to like take, a second and be like, this has been pretty fun, especially considering the rough season that you had last year with the squad, so much uncertainty during the season and the off season or whatever. Now you're back here, and I don't know if you guys can really get a sense, but the city is on fire for the Sacramento Kings. How's this season been for you guys, or for you personally?
Well, I mean, I could say it's much more fun when you win. Like, plane rides, locker room, everything is so much more fun and lighter when you win. So like that's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun seeing guys, continue to compete and want to win and want to come in and change the culture. Like, yeah, coaches come in and done a great job of that, but a lot of credit goes to the players in the locker room, most of it, because they all bought in and they wanted to change something here. And that's really special. As far as me and like sitting enjoying the night of the game, yeah, you can sit and enjoy it, but I got another scout coming out. I have another game. We have to keep preparing games in advance to keep our guys ready. So yeah, like I said, it's better when you win, but you don't get comfortable in it. You got to keep focusing, because after All-Star, it gets harder, and playoffs, it's an entirely new season. So we're just taking it one game at a time.
Lindsay, you talk about preparing, and that Terrence Davis is our guy. And he's a guy who has been ready at every turn. Like, he's had kind of a weird season where he's had like super high highs on national televisions, and then he's had some DMPs. But it's been pretty clear, especially over the last couple of games, he's always ready to play. And being at the arena so often to watch you guys work out, your routine doesn't vary based on what happened the day before. Like, how do you guys approach every day not really knowing if he's going to get any minutes that night?
Yeah, first I can say, being in a position like that at times, it is not easy. It is not easy when your entire life you've been the one that they've kind of counted on, and any mistake you make, they play through it. It is not easy to be in his position. So for him to want to be ready, to stay ready, to push through it, says a lot about him. It makes it very easy to work with him and to coach him. But that's the thing, it's consistency. When coach looks to put you in the game, you want to be someone that's reliable. You want to be someone that there's no surprises. I know what he's going to do. You want him to be solid, and only thing they could do is either be solid or give you more. Like, that is the goal. You want to be solid, or you want to really boost this team up. We're not going down on anything. So we do everything. We do as much as we can to try to be consistent. You come ready to go. You pay attention during the game. What's going on? Like, what's going on? How can you make an impact? What do you need to do? And he's been doing a good job of kind of focusing on that, being a good teammate and being ready. And when he's had, opportunities to come in, he's done a great job. And he knows that, sometimes it comes around more than others. And when you get that opportunity, you got to make the most of it, and you have to be the most consistent you can be. And again, I have to say this, it is not easy mentally. It is not easy physically as a player to say, here's some few minutes, do something out of it. And no, in 3 minutes, and this man will get like 2 assists, 3 rebounds, and 6 points. That is huge in that amount of time. So no, I'm very proud of him, and just proud that he's just been ready.
Yeah. Nah, I love TD, man. That's my guy for sure. Just seeing him when he's ready to go and getting out there, whether he's played 3 minutes in the last 4 games or he played 27 minutes the night before, always ready to go, man. I admire that approach. And like you said, it has to be something that's tough to deal with, not necessarily knowing if you're going to play or, how much you're going to play or whatever the case may be, and continuing to stay ready.
It's professional. You don't sign a contract saying I have to play this amount of time or you have to play me this. It's here you go. You sign your money, you sign your thing, and you go. And be able to do that, you have to be like the ultimate professional to do that. And he's been doing it.
Do you have a dream job?
Do I have a dream job? I probably have several dream jobs, but right now, yeah, I want to see how far this goes in the NBA to be a head coach. Why not? People, it's never happened, as we all know. And are people ready for it? Like, come on, we live in the world that we still have first of everything. We live in a world that people of color are still the minority in certain things. So there have to be a first in anything, even for me to get to where I am. So why not? I'm learning just like everyone is now, just like everyone has before me. I have the resume as far as a player to understand that part. I have great relationships, and I'm learning from some of the best coaches in the world. So I always say it's not really what I want to do in this. It's what people who have the decisions. How ready are they? How open are they for you know giving different opportunities?
Yeah. And how close do you think we are to something like that? Because I can remember, you got Becky Hammond. She's obviously like the most famous person on Pop staff, and that was a big deal. But now, I look at yourself and I look at Trysta Witherspoon in New Orleans and what she was able to do. And I know me personally, I look at it as just Coach Harding. It's not, the women's coach on the men. That's Coach Lindsey Harding. She's good at what she does. Coach Spoon, she's good at what she does. Are we close to maybe the ownership and the decision makers looking at it the same way as like, that's just a good coach? It's not a women's coach in a men's league or nothing like that. Just a good coach.
I think for some teams it is, and I think for other teams it's really foreign. I mean, our organization has had, I'm not the first woman, I'm the third, I believe, that has been through this organization. So having a woman who's able to coach and great, it's been normal here. There's still a lot of teams that have never had a female coach, and I hate saying a female coach, but like they've never, and some don't understand if there's a different dynamic. They just don't understand. So I think the more you are just open and exposed and want a little more diversity on your staff, then you'll have a different mindset of things. But I think a lot of people are like, why not? But it's just like everything. I feel like timing is everything, and I don't know what it looks like, right? I don't know what that timing looks like because we haven't had it. You talked about Becky and how there was like a little momentum because there was a lot of like pub around it. But you talk about like these owners, like, do all these owners know who I am? Probably not. Have they heard of me? Maybe. And so it's how do you get on that radar? How do you get that? And so for me, it's just getting more and more experience, being very good at your job. And I tell you, word of mouth is more than any news article, any other publication or TV. Woj can say whatever he wants, and it's amazing. But like, people create relationships in this business, and when you have someone that has a great relationship with you and a decision maker, it can bring two beautiful things together. So for me, it's just doing my job, being who I am. And like I said, just word of mouth and trying to have a great reputation throughout this journey.
Well, I think you got all of those things. I hope we take, steps closer. There are still teams, like there's a team that surprises me when I think about it all the time. They've never had a woman on their
I
staff.
know who you're gonna say, but you say it. I'm not gonna say it. You say it.
Golden State.
Yeah, exactly.
Golden State. Like everyone said, and I mean, I respect, Steve Kerr and the organization, like the whole thing, but they're really lacking in this. And, part of it's word of mouth, it's knowing people and all of that stuff. But a lot of it too, Lindsay, is opportunity. Like if women aren't given these opportunities in the league, they don't get the opportunities to establish those relationships. Like I'll speak, like Brad really believed in Kara. That's why she had that opportunity in Boston. Like Brad really, really believed in her. But that's exactly what Lindsay was talking about. Like that's relationship stuff right there.
Well, it is. And I don't fault anybody. Like what I mean fault, like you can't hire who you don't know. Right. And understand, don't hire me because I'm a woman. And I can respect the fact that teams have not hired women just because they're women. So some of these teams are on that. And I respect that, because we're not here just to fill a space and check a box. If you know someone, have a relationship with someone, they can do the job, you respect them, they happen to be a woman, like that's the way you go. So I always say, how can you hire someone you don't know? I don't know how that works. Like part of it is even me trying to meet as many people as possible as I can. But a lot of women who want to do this need to come to spaces where decision makers are, whether it's a summer league, whether it's an NBA All-Star, whether it's certain games, and trying to just meet people. You'd be surprised at just sending people messages, having your agent connect with them. A lot of these men take your phone calls. They take it. And now it's such a push for, and I don't want to say just women, just like diversity. It's a push for it. And I believe we have done a great job at it. They're not afraid of it. It's just putting yourself out there. But what I'm looking for is real responsibility, which I am getting under Coach Brown, which I've got in the past. I don't want to be just hired for anything. So it's not just hiring a woman that you kind of know, don't know. You're giving major responsibility to someone, man or woman, that you may not know. That is why the relationships are so important, because, Coach Brown will look at you with everything and say, like, what do you think on this? Because this was your scout, and you better come with the proof to give it to him. So these are major jobs, and these are very difficult jobs to get for anybody, man, woman, any race. These are very difficult jobs to get. So yeah, I kind of went on a tangent there, but the relationships are huge.
Hey, Lindsay, I want to ask you something while I got you here. When Becky Hammon was considered for the job, she was the name that was put out a lot of times for NBA jobs. And then she ended up going to the Las Vegas Aces. I looked at it as I would love for Becky, you, Teaspoon, anybody to be the head coach of an NBA team. I think that would be phenomenal, well-deserved, and things of that nature. But I love the WNBA. I really enjoy that league. And I looked at it as a situation as Becky going to the WNBA helps that league elevate. When you get established coaches and people as good as Becky Hammon, as good as yourself, who are able to go to the WNBA, that helps bolster the profile of that league as well. Do you kind of see it the same way, where say you did get a job in the WNBA and that just helps, not that it needs to be solidified, I'm looking for the right word, but it just adds to the
Star
prestige.
power.
Yeah, it adds to the star power and the prestige of a league that's on the uptick right now.
It's a professional basketball league. It's the best players in the world. I thought that was an amazing opportunity for her. And, let's be real, it's not as long as the NBA season. So you have a lot more of, I would say, a little bit more of a life. And, let's just be, they took care of her. She was able to hire who she wanted to hire. And you know what? She won. She did an amazing job. I think it's definitely a destination, and I would like to see more former players get opportunities to grow through the W. through my personal journey, I have never been called by a WNBA team to be an assistant, to be any coach, but I've had my phone ring off the hook from NBA teams. And and I'm just being real on what it is. So for me, I think that is outstanding for her to go, showing that. I know Teresa Weatherspoon has been very open and even more vocal about the WNBA. And, I can't speak on her, but I think we have similar experiences in that. So, yeah, I would love to see more women in the W. I would love to see more ownership in the W to come back for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd love to see the same opportunities in the NBA, because in the end, it is basketball. It's all basketball.
Yo, I've been president of your fan club since like 2006, so we'll keep
I've been
singing
vice
your praises. We'll keep singing your praises as long as we can. But you got a game today. Go take care of business tonight against Houston, and just know we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Come in at 1320 Kings Insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, last night was the greatest night in the history of your career, wasn't it?
It was perfect.
It wasn't it? It wasn't it? It was perfect. It was a perfect night. Uh-oh. James, we lost your microphone again. Sorry, James. That's all right. I'll just fill some time. James, your microphone is muted too. Like, I know you're adjusting a few things over there. But James, see, they're trying to take our joy. James was just telling us we had a perfect night. Oh, we still going to have a perfect day. Ain't nothing going to change. Go ahead, James. James, you were saying it was a perfect night?
I'm back.
He can't hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can.
All right. Okay, good. You said the night was perfect.
Yeah. You know what? Look, I've been around to see quite a few really fun games and big time performances and everything else. I just thought that Fox said it in the locker room. This was a perfect game. I think for this Kings team right now, what you wanted to do is show up on national TV and thump somebody. And I thought it was spectacular. I thought they had a good time. 7 guys scored in double figures, but 13 out of the 14 guys who played scored. The one guy who didn't was Dellavedova, and he had 4 assists. This was just one of those games where, they ran up the score, but they could have kept going. And it was fun to watch a team sort of find their footing, find their success, and push through. And I know Mike Brown was waiting for this moment where he didn't have to worry about, the final seconds of a game yet again. It's good every once in a while to just get one of these and blow somebody out.
But for those just tuning in or who may be on the Odyssey app or the radio, there was no media availability today for the players, but were you able? Do we have an update on Keegan Murray at all?
No, I reached out. I haven't been checking a ton to make sure that we got the latest update, but there's nothing that I've been able to come across yet. It was kind of quiet and they didn't have anything for us last night at all, really, outside of sore back. I saw the play where it looked like it happened.
Mm-hmm. Kind of grabbed over, kind of was reaching around, almost like he was holding his stomach, but he was holding his side. And it turns out he was probably holding his back.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
it's not good. So we're gonna have to wait and see how how quickly he reacts to treatment and stuff. I'll guess that if it is a true muscle pull or something in that back, he's probably going to miss a handful of games. So, we don't know anything yet, but as soon as we figure it out, I'll pass the news along. Hopefully, we'll get something here while I'm on the air with you.
James, there's so many different things we could talk about from last night's game. The Beam got some attention on national television. Stan Van Gundy and that crew were just talking glowingly about Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox as well. But partially due because of Keegan Murray's absence, we saw Terrence Davis step in and have an absolutely massive game for this team that was triggered by a defensive lapse 15 seconds into the second quarter, in which Mike Brown called one of those very famous quick timeouts, got into Terrence Davis a little bit, in which he responded to immediately, and the game completely shifted after that.
Yeah, that initial play was so bad. Both Chimezie Metu and Terrence Davis both went one way and left a shooter wide open for a three. Mike Brown had enough 15 seconds in. Like, look, Terrence Davis is one of those guys that on occasion is going to be lightning in a bottle. He's erratic. I mean, that's who he is as a player. It's who he has been his whole career. But when he's right, he's really tough to compete with. I mean, 7 of 9 from 3. And the crazy thing is, that's the third time in his career, and he's only been in the league, 4 years, that he's hit 7 threes. So, yeah, he's a guy that can light it up quickly. And I thought it wasn't just that. It was that he brought energy everywhere. You know, like he was in the passing lanes. He was he got a bunch of deflections. He got a couple of steals. They went on that 16-0 run there in the second quarter, which was just spectacular. And of those 16, I think 10 were Terrence Davis. So, yeah, you know, every once in a while you're going to have him have one of these games. But that's kind of the spirit of this team. It doesn't matter who you are. You be ready, and you might get to have one of those games. We've seen it with Monk. We've seen it with Davion Mitchell. We've seen it with Trey Lyles. You know, even I'll put Harrison Barnes in that group now too. Like every once in a while, someone's going to have a big game, and you need it. And it was big.
And what does that say about this team? That the fact we're 13 games into the season, Kenny just said something similar, where you can point to a Davion Mitchell game, a Terrence Davis game, a Malik Monk game, a Harrison Barnes game. Like you've had guys step up in a major way every single night for this team.
Yeah, I think what it says is that Mike Brown's mentality of keeping everyone engaged and ready is working. You know, early in the season, he tinkered way too much. But, you know, when you're tinkering, you're giving everyone an opportunity to play. And I think guys are having a good time. They like each other. And they're staying ready. Even guys like, you know, Alex Len, who hasn't really played hardly at all. I spoke to him in the locker room before the game last night. He's like, I'm just staying ready, man. I'm ready. I got this. Like, if my number's called, I'll be ready to go in. And, you know, we saw him, you know, what does he hit? Like a crazy jumper, and then he gets a dunk. It's just good to see. You know, it's good to see everybody, like, staying ready. And that's a mentality that this team hasn't had. And they haven't had the depth that this team has either. So when you have sort of that mentality and depth, then it's a good thing. You can go to the bench when something isn't working and try to find something that is. And, you know, I think Mike Brown is pushing all the right buttons at this point.
83 bench points yesterday. Even if you take Keegan Murray, if you take Terrence Davis's 31 out of the equation because he wound up starting the second half for Keegan Murray, that's still an incredibly impressive 52. It was just a season high 39 assists. Like everything clicked, and we wondered, James, yesterday, could the Kings show out on social media, or could the Kings show out on national television? And the one thing we didn't get, and I think he recognized this early and found other ways to work, was De'Aaron. I thought De'Aaron was going to have a coming out party last night, and it just didn't materialize. Though many of us here, we saw things in that game, particularly the mic'd up clips of De'Aaron talking to Terrence Davis and De'Aaron talking to some of his teammates, where it's like, yeah, this dude is a leader. We've asked about it for years, and now he clearly has emerged as a leader on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I'll point it out too. Like we keep, like I think some people think that, you know, Fox is better when he's averaging, you know, 15 to 20 points and 9 assists, 9 assists. But in this season alone, we've seen like 3 or 4 of those games, and then we've seen like the rest of the games, the other like 9 games, have been where De'Aaron Fox is just spectacular offensively. You need all of those. You need every single version of De'Aaron Fox if you're going to win in a season. And I think this season more than ever, we're seeing that he's being able to make the adjustment and sort of sense what his team needs from one night to the next. And it's not something that was there before, I don't think. I think every single game he thought he needed to take over to get the win, and now we're seeing him okay. He's okay with, having a quiet offensive night if it leads to a victory, and it's a sign of growth. But it's something you'd hope you'd see eventually, and now we're kind of see it playing out on the court.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. KC had to dip out a little bit early. James Ham, kind enough to join me here for the final hour of the program, as he does each Wednesday. There's been a lot of talk about, could this be the year that De'Aaron Fox is an all-star? Could this be the year that he takes that step to the bigger stage? And man, James, like as much as I love everything De'Aaron Fox is doing, I hope that all-star consideration is there for him. It really feels like Domantas Sabonis is working on all-star nod number 3 right now.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the chance of the Kings having 2 all-stars?
Oh, I mean, if their record is good enough, I mean, it seems preposterous. But like looking at what Domas has done, particularly over the last like 7 or 8 games, I mean, Will Z put the numbers up for us earlier. It was like 21, 12. The percentages were like 60, 40, and 75. And I think there's 6 assists in there. Just ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible talent. And I think for me, what I've noticed is a couple of things. Number one, he's not in foul trouble anymore. That's big. 3 of the first 6 games he fouled out. I think his teammates are doing a much better job of keeping guys on the perimeter and not making him be the help defender that's kind of on an island and picking up cheapies. That's big. So I do think this team is getting a little bit better defensively, and that's how we're going to be able to see it. But I also think that Sabonis in the first week of the season went up against, whether they're the best or they're just the biggest. He went up against, Nurkic. He went up against Steven Adams, Valanciunas. Well, maybe not Valanciunas. He went up against all of the big guys, the big, strong muscle guys. Then comes the lightweight, the shot blocking guys, and he's just tearing them up. Like this other version of NBA center. He's just dominating. He's pushing them all over the court and going right at them. And that's opening up everything else. It really is. He's being able to crush down the defense. He finds guys perfect with perfect passes every single time. Herter is shooting some ungodly number off passes from
80.8%.
Yeah. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, for anyone to shoot 80% even on layups, that's really, really incredible at the NBA level. And for that to be off of 3-point attempts, right? Isn't he
21 of 26?
21 of 26. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So I like what I'm seeing, but I kept telling you guys early on, the offensive numbers have been showing that this is who they are the whole time. They just hadn't had the one game to blow the top off of it and make the numbers push them into the, right now, they're number 2 in offensive rating in the NBA. But that was showing up in the stats, like true shooting and effective field goal percentage. They're in the top 4. Assist percentage, assist to turnover ratio, all of these numbers, they're really, really high up. And I think that we're seeing a lot of really interesting things from Mike Brown's offense. It's just the tip of the iceberg. He just installed this offense. So there's going to be 12 variations of the same exact play. And at this point, there are 4 variations. And so it's only going to get better and better and better as these guys get more comfortable with each other. And I think that that's really, really exciting because, the worst thing to be in the NBA is boring. And I guess worse than that is to be boring and bad. And this team is not boring at all. Even if they're at 0-4, they weren't boring. They were still an exciting team to watch.
Yeah.
If we can see them pick up these 2 wins and all of a sudden 3 games above 500, and they're exciting, then you're going to see a lot more chatter about multiple TNT games, about, what's going to happen next with this group, how much De'Aaron Fox has improved. He's going to start becoming the media darling that, really he has been a couple of times throughout his career, but that is maybe more sustainable.
And this doesn't feel like an overreaction, James. Like the way that the fan base is reacting, the way that we're reacting today, even though we're purposely being obnoxious because this is an amazing feeling following that game on national television. And we saw everybody and their tweets and their thoughts on this team. Some people who may have been watching them for the first time. As fun as all of that is, I don't feel like having a good vibe or good feelings or being really optimistic about this Sacramento Kings team is an overreaction at all. I don't think it's just the 7 of 9 sample size. I think it's the full 13 game sample size where you look at, like you just said this, even at 0-4, they weren't boring. Even at 0-4, they weren't bad. They were competitive in those games. They had the frustrating loss against the Clippers. They had a game that just didn't really materialize against Memphis, but they weren't bad in any of those. And the fact that now we're seeing what were once close losses amounting to wins, which is a conversation that we've had many times on this show, I think it adds validation to that feeling like, no, you're a perfectly rational human being for thinking this team is good.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, Mike Brown likes to look at the season in 5-game increments, right? For some reason, this season right now, the first, handful of games, it breaks down into 4-game increments. So like you had the 0-4, and then you had like the 2-2 or the 2-3. Then you have 4 straight wins. It really does it shows you where they were at the beginning, where they're a team who was learning how to win. Then you found a team that they were competing, but they needed to figure out how to win. Then they started to figure out how to win, and they took a couple of brutal losses. Absolutely brutal. I mean, again, they've won 7 out of 9, and the 2 losses are oops, sorry about that, from the NBA's on the last 2-minute report. Mm-hmm. But in those moments, they're figuring out how to win. Now we're seeing a team really take the next step where they're embracing winning. They're figuring out how to string wins together. They're figuring out how they can still have improvement off what they're already doing. And again, I think we're going to see the offense continue to get better, whether they put up 153 points or not. It's about efficiency. It's about just being better and in a rhythm and getting more players involved. And then on top of that, the defense will quietly get better. And while they've dropped down to I think they're 26 in defensive rating, they're still at the same exact 114 defensive rating they have been the whole season. So other teams are showing that they might be a little bit better defensively, but I think the Kings are also showing that they're not taking strides, like these major strides, but they are getting stops when they need them, and they are progressing.
Stan Van said yesterday on the show that you can already see the team improving. There's slight improvements on the defensive end, and sometimes on defense, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see slight improvements. You just want those slight improvements to continue. On the offensive side, you can often see big jumps, and I think that's what we're seeing here. And it should also be stated, I think we mentioned this earlier, Monty McNair constructed this all beautifully. Domantas Sabonis is the nucleus of everything, and people had screamed and screamed to get shooters on this team, and it's not as simplistic as just getting someone who could hit a shot, because he's doing a fine job in Indiana. Buddy Hield is a shooter. That's what he would be constituted as in the league. But you need guys who can make other plays. You need guys who could take smart shots, who can make smart threes, who can make other basketball plays, and that's what Kevin Huerter has turned out to be. That's what Malik Monk has turned out to be. That's what Keegan Murray has turned out to be. But I just love how Domantas Sabonis is the nucleus of everything that is happening on the offensive end.
Yeah.
That's what feels like the big jump is coming from, is from him.
I totally agree. I mean, we talked about the stat with Huerter, but I'll also point out the difference between and this isn't such a call out on Buddy Hield, just the difference between what I'm seeing from Huerter and what I saw from Buddy is Huerter has hit a 3-pointer in all 13 games. In 8 of the games, he's hit 4 or more threes. He doesn't have the 0 for 12 or the 0 for 9 and then the 7 of 8. Yeah. So if you can just balance everything out and be consistent, then your coach can start knowing what he can do game in and game out to build around you. And I think that's just what this team has lacked for so long, is players who put consistent numbers up. it's really tough. Again, Sabonis, right now you're penciling in like 20, 12, and 6. I mean, that's crazy. But you're not penciling it in. You're writing in pen. You know that's what you're going to get from him. Fox, you're putting in, 24 and 6 with the variable that he could go up to 35. But worst case scenario, he might be down to 18. But if he gives you 18, he's going to give you 10 assists. So there's all these like variables that you can start to work with a little bit. But at least you have some base numbers that you can put in. And the more of those players you have, the better you are. And Kevin Herter's instantly stepped into a role where he's become that guy. But I think Malik Monk is stepping into that too, where you're starting to be able to like consistently figure out what he's going to do. And I think Trey Lyles is giving you consistent minutes. You're having some ups and downs, but overall he's been really solid. So I think it's interesting the way that this team is being how it was built. I think it's still lacking like a major piece as far as like a shot blocker that can help Sabonis, because that's been the biggest issue. But Sabonis is like, he's just been tremendous, and he's been the ringleader for everything on both ends of the court. And they're still just learning each other. He's only played 28 games with this team, and that's not even accurate, because of the like 13 games this season. Sure, he's played with these guys, but last year when he played 15 games, it really wasn't with most of these players. We're getting to see him sort of hit a new level, and I think he's only going to get better.
My favorite thing about Kevin Herter right now, James, is everyone who writes about the Kings or who writes something about the Kings will note Kevin Herter's insane three-point percentage right now, which is above 50%. And then they'll tag it with, there's no way that can continue. But if he, stays anything close to that, if he stays in the fourth, that's an amazing percentage. And I look at the way Kevin Herter plays and I go, why the hell can it not continue? And part of the reason, I understand that, 50+% from three is insane. But the way Kevin Herter shoots, I asked Kenny this question and I'll ask you, has Kevin Herter taken a bad shot one time this year? All of his shots seem to be within the flow of an offense, and maybe not in like a basketball chart, but his shots feel like high percentage shots, particularly for him. And I feel like, why can't he make? Okay, if 50 is too high, like I'm starting to look at Kevin Herter like he's going to lead the league in 3-point shooting when these 82 games are done.
Yeah, I think if he ends up anywhere between like 45 and like 52, that would be absolutely incredible.
And that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's an incredible number.
But the offense really does dictate that. It does. I mean, like the draw and kick offense and having Sabonis in the middle of the key, it's just tremendous. I mean, you can do so many different things with this. And again, we're only seeing like the tip of the iceberg. They're just learning where Herter likes his hot spots, where he likes to shoot from, and how he wants to deliver a ball. Like everyone is different, and I really do think it's only going to get better. I think the only concern that I would have is we've seen it, like Herter's had one bad game, and as far as shooting, it was the Golden State Warriors game the first time. And even in that game, that was the second night of a back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken. I want to see what he looks like with multiples of those, because we haven't seen that. And the way he runs around the track meet that is that shooting guard position and how active he is, like, do those back-to-backs wear on him a bit? Does he have, will there be times where he has quieter nights and he doesn't have his legs? And that's a possibility. And that's where, a game like that, 2 games like that, where your 3-point percentage creeps down just a little bit. But hey, I think he's been great. Everything about him has been really, really fun to watch. Yeah, that's a good stat right there by Wilsey.
Wilsey says 81 of his 95 threes have been open or wide open. In that Warriors game that you're referencing that was on the second night of that Clippers back-to-back, he was 3 of 14 and 1 of 8 from 3. It puts his percentage in even more incredible context. He had a game where he was 1 of 8, and he's still shooting over 50% from 3.
Even early in the season, that was what, game 3, game 4?
Game 3. No, it was game 3. You're right.
Yeah, so game 3, he shot that 1 of 8 and was still over 50% on the season at that point, which is incredible. Like, after missing 7 threes, he was still over 50% after the
was
first 2 games.
he was 5 of 8 the night before against the Clippers, and he was 6 of 9 against Portland.
Yeah. So
Amazing.
5 of 8, what, 13
Yeah.
to 17? Something like that?
Yeah, like a fun exercise, what would his percentage be if you took the Warriors 1 of 8 game out and the Memphis 1 of 4 game out?
Yeah. Well, that's pretty crazy.
He shot 10 threes against Charlotte and made 5 of them. He was a guy I really, really liked last year in Atlanta. And I was excited when that deal was done to land him. I did not expect this at all. Like, not even close.
Yeah, I expected this. I expected him to flourish in this role. Like how much he was going to flourish, but remember, I kept telling you guys he only shot like 5.3 3-point attempts last year. If you could get him up to 8, he's going to average 17 points a game. You know, if you can get him there and you can get him averaging 1 more free throw per game or 1.5 3-point free throws per game more, he's going to be between 16 and 18 points, and he has potential to score 20 a game. And it's 20 a game without even like pushing him, without even asking him to do something outside of what he does. I just think by adding more shots to him and more opportunity, he's going to flourish. And he's got just this really laid back, deadpan personality. I think he's perfect for this team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really, he does. He just kind of fits in, like, whatever. You know, he came in singing during De'Aaron Fox's post game, not last game, but the 2 nights before. And I think he was singing Country Rose. Anyway, I found it humorous. Like, he came in singing. Yeah.
I mean, and having guys like that, I mean, because Malik is a big personality. So having like a guy like Kevin Huerter who could potentially be who may have like a big personality but is like a little bit more reserved, like that stuff balances out and it helps form. You know, we talk about identities on a basketball floor a lot. What's the identity of the team? What's the identity of the team? This might be the first time in God knows how long that this team actually has a personality. Everybody remembers the scores, but the scores lasted like a minute and a half, and then that thing was over. Like, this team has like a true personality to it. And you saw that with, Band-Aids in the stands last night, chants of light the beam. The beam is definitely a thing now in Sacramento, and it might be a thing in the NBA following last night's game. Like this team as in the Sacramento Kings finally has a personality.
Hey, I have tried to get these guys for years to figure things out when it comes to connecting the players to the fan base. And I don't know what it is. I mean, clearly there's been a million different people who do the role of marketing for this club over the last, this is my 13th year. But like I went to them at one point. I'm like, look, you got the San Francisco Giants, which I'm not a Giants fan. I've been very clear about that. But like, how much fun was the Lincecum mullet, right? So they did giveaways, but then you could also go buy them at the team store. So you got all these people wearing the mullet, the panda hat. Like, how much fun did people have buying panda hats and wearing those to games? The Kings have never figured out how to like market this team. Not since back in 2001, 2, 3, when everyone in Sacramento lined up at Carl's Jr. to buy a Western Bacon combo and get their bobblehead, right? So like, how do you package this team up and sell them to your fan base, and how do you connect them, and how do you get kids involved and excited?
Band-Aids that say light the beam.
Band-Aids, the beam. How about a Kevin Huerter headband night?
There you go.
So you can do headband Huerter. Like, even when
headband Huerter.
Yeah, headband Huerter night. Like when
I love it.
But when DeMarcus was, not DeMarcus, when De'Aaron was young, you couldn't have come up with a spiky hat thing for him, like a giveaway, or how they have like the basketball hoop upside down on top of people's heads and stuff. Like, why couldn't you have come up with a De'Aaron Fox like spiky haired hat to sell to your fans? and they just haven't been able to do it. So I hope that they're buying in and they're letting this team sort of like, it's organic what's happening, which is good because then it's not forced. But I still would like them to figure out a way to, to get the younger crowd involved with the team and let them have favorite players who have these weird personalities and let them shine a little bit.
James Ham Fedora night. I think
That's
that would
right.
be a good night.
That's
Fedora
right.
Ham. Gilbert asked, "Can we start wearing crowns?" Like, I'm all for start wearing crowns. By the way, James and I were talking before the game, and James, I was standing next to you. I said, "Boy, Doug looks really focused on whatever he's looking at over there on his computer." And I went over there and said hello to him. And you know what DC told me? He was the scout for Brooklyn. That's why he was locked in on. That's why he was. That's why
That's
he was
his
so
scout.
focused. And I told him, I said, okay, I know the storyline. If the Kings can't get it done tonight, so Coach Christie didn't have the scout ready. So we got to give Doug all the props in the world because Brooklyn was his scout and they won by 32.
Yeah, isn't that a good moment for Doug? I didn't know he had the scout. Yeah, I mean it's pretty crazy. Yeah, that was just a spectacular. I mean they understood the tendencies. They understood that the only one that could beat you was KD, and he couldn't beat you by himself. So take away everybody else, and if he has a somewhat strong night, that's fine. But then when Harrison Barnes matched him like point for point early on, you're like, no, this game's over.
Kevin Durant got beat so bad, he just started talking to everybody last night after the game.
Yeah.
Everybody had a Kevin Durant piece drop this morning. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, he became like the Oprah of like handing out disses. Like, you get a diss and you get a diss.
Like, Kings broke Kevin Durant.
Like, have you seen the team I'm playing with? It's like,
Jesus, like,
yeah,
had an article. Chris Haynes had an article. Friggin' Shams had an article about Ben Simmons. It's like, wow, the Kings did this.
Yeah.
They broke the Brooklyn Nets. It wasn't Kyrie. It was the Kings. Kings broke Brooklyn.
I thought that was such a great line, too. Did you see that one where he said something to the effect of, people are accusing me of not being a good leader because I can't help this guy out. He's like, I can't convince that guy to get his vaccine. I can't convince him to not do the things that he's doing, to not do it. Like, why would I, like, who in their right, like, what leader could? This guy does whatever he wants to do. That has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to sit here and play basketball. He's like, why do you think I asked to leave? Because I like, you know what though? I think it brings us to a bigger conversation about like, is this the death of the super team? And how much do these guys deserve the death of the super team? Like you're messing with the basketball gods. You've put these teams together that are just supposed to roll over everybody and win instant championships. And now you're stuck. AD's stuck. LeBron's stuck. James Harden was stuck. And now if that team's not great, maybe it's Embiid who's stuck with a guy who's not really an all-star anymore. I don't know. But I think it's really interesting how quickly these things have spun out and become an issue. And, good for you, KD. You asked for this. Like, oh, well.
It is fascinating. It will be because it's happening at the same time. Brooklyn being as bad as they are with just a phenomenal amount of dysfunction. And the Lakers, the same thing. The Lakers, I don't think are dysfunctional. They're just bad. It'll be interesting how teams look at how teams like LA, because they're going to try to do it again. How teams look at signing multiple stars, especially when you realize not all of these guys fit together. Like this isn't, I think people have the Olympic basketball thing in mind where you just get all this talent together and you can go out there and win, forgetting that your 12th man on an Olympic roster is a starter on any of the 32 teams in the NBA. And whereas on the Lakers, the Nets, it's not. The Philadelphia 76ers, it's not. Like you're scraping the G League here when you've got three guys making $100 million each. Brooklyn's a mess. Brooklyn would have been so great with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and the team that they had. But they blew it up for James Harden, and they're never going to recover from that. Anthony Davis, the Los Angeles Lakers, essentially went all in to win a championship. They thought they were winning multiple championships. Turns out they went all in to win the bubble title. And I don't think they're getting another one. Like, that's it. That's a good point. I don't think it's the death of the super team because I think everyone's going to continue. Those teams are going to continue to try. But I think it might be the depth of how we look at teams like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also think that it was a very specific group of superstars that were all very close, right? So, like the LeBron James group with Bosh and Wade, but also Chris Paul, like all of these stars they were all close friends off the court, and I think it created some of these super teams, just like these other relationships that they've had. And I'm not sure that every era is going to be that way because like Fox's group, they're really close. Like him and Donovan and Bam Adebayo, like they all still talk. They all have text threads and stuff like that. But at the same time, they don't feel like they're all conspiring to get to the same spot. Like, and it just feels like that one group of players, they got into it, and then all of a sudden, like everyone else had to try to match it. And I just don't know that it's possible. Like, I think you're much better building a team organically, like what the Golden State Warriors did, where you draft really well. Kings. Yeah,
we're building organically with Domas and De'Aaron and Keegan as the super team.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but like if you look at the Warriors, and they drafted Steph, they drafted Clay, they drafted Draymond, they drafted. Yeah. Like so many of the players that play meaningful minutes for them, Looney and Poole and all these guys. And then when you add someone great, that's amazing. When you're able to add KD, it gets you an extra 2 championships.
That's like such a unique note to that story.
It is.
Because you land Kevin Durant because you landed Steph on the greatest extension in the history of professional sports. The greatest bargain in the history of professional sports. You signed Steph Curry to a fair market deal the year before he exploded as the greatest shooter we've ever seen. And that carried you for years and years and years. It carried you to the point where you could land a Kevin Durant. But after that, you were able to turn that salary into so many different things that are still helping you now, like Andrew Wiggins, like that. You had I think you had D'Angelo Russell was there for like a split second, right? Like you had so many different things going on, all because of that one particular deal. We point to the Warriors because of the way that they drafted, but in that sense, I don't think that can ever happen again. I mean, it would literally be dumb luck if that were ever to replicate itself again.
Well, I mean, you joked about the Kings being that, right? But if you look at the way that they're built right now, like they're going to be able to pay Sabonis, and they will be able to pay Fox, like again, when his contract comes up in 4 years, whether it's a supermax or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. So, they'll be able to just keep building on those things. But it takes the Kevin Huerter contract. It takes the Malik Monk $10 million contract. And it takes young players. It takes that you have Keegan Murray on a reasonably scaled contract, even though he's a rookie, number 4 pick. So it's going to be, like 7, 9. He'll make 10, 11 million bucks by the end of his contract. But even that's when the salary cap's at 150 million. You're looking at like 7.5% of the salary cap is tied up in this one guy, where you can have 2 guys that make 30% of the salary cap and each and still be able to survive. But you just have to be smart and savvy everywhere else.
We'll come back, James. We talked a lot about the game last night, rightfully so. It was a tremendous night for Sacramento. It was a tremendous night for Mike Brown and the Kings. I want to talk a little bit about Mike Brown as well. But let's look ahead. A couple of interesting games coming up. San Antonio tomorrow night. You got the Detroit Pistons in town on Sunday afternoon. We'll dive into that as we return here. James Ham with us on D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All righty. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we'll give tickets right after the break. And we got Kings tickets for those that are watching. We got tickets right after the break.
Nice.
Detroit basketball. Yeah. Yeah.
How long are we on break?
17 or so. Yeah, we're on break. Break from the radio. Get those orders in. DeLoandKC.com. Use the promo code SENSATIONAL for King's Legacy items. We've got 32 minutes left before the sale ends, and the off-white hoodie disappears.
Ooh. Yeah, John Bull is mentioning the salary cap too. The salary cap in the NBA is going to skyrocket. And the fact that you have Fox under contract, you have Herter under contract for another 3 years after this year is nuts. Okay, hang on one sec.
Right on, Tyler. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you got a lot of them, Tyler, man. We appreciate that. Mark, I saw you grabbed yours. We appreciate everybody. It's 47 orders. That's nothing like this has ever happened before. So thank you, guys. Yeah, Eric, they fit true to size. Like I wear a large in our hoodies, and they're really comfortable. Kenny likes a little bit more slimmer, so he gets mediums.
Chris Herrera, that's a good question. Where was it?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike Brown's going to go game to game. You know, it depends on the game. So, TD, Trey Lyles. I mean, we also have to see how long he's going to be out. We don't know at this point, but I think I will get an update. It will just come right after the show, unfortunately.
They hit the road after Sunday, don't they?
Yeah, they got 3 games surrounding the holiday. So it's Memphis, Atlanta, and another quality team. I don't know. I just wrote it just to
Hawks.
Yeah, so it's Memphis, Atlanta.
Oh, Celtics.
Oh, in Boston.
They're in
Yeah,
Boston. Yeah, on the Friday they're in Boston.
Yeah. So they do Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday surrounding Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Oh man, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough.
That's funny, Shaky.
I'm guessing they're spending Thanksgiving Day in Boston. That's not fun.
Yeah. Well, they're in Atlanta before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'd fly out of it. I mean, I guess you could fly Thursday morning.
No.
But still, I figured you'd fly after Atlanta just to get there. Even though the guys might like Atlanta better than Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't remember when we did it, but we definitely did do it. Don't worry about the post, though. If that's what you're looking for it for, don't worry about it. It's fine. Dude, Stacy's got the loudest. Oh my God, they're so loud. Like it's so. Did the lights just turn off? Oh, look at that! Look at that spotlight. Hey now,
D-Lo after midnight.
Maybe I didn't move enough. How much time do we have? All right. Hang on.
That's a good question, Curtis. I'm gonna say the current roster, the current team is better, well, is more talented, but whether they win or not, like, is yet to be seen. And I'm refilling my tea.
Coming back, James. All right, 2 quick notes here, both really, really good things. Thing number 1, go to DLoandKC.com, use the promo code
Sensational.
Use the promo code
Sensational
to get 32% off of your order. Anything from the King's Legacy collection gets you 32% off in honor of the 32-point win last night. Use the promo code
Sensational.
And if you're just tuning in, there is no chance if the Kings beat the San Antonio Spurs by 35. Nope. If they beat them by a 50%, we're never doing this again. This was like a one and done to celebrate on national television. We'll have sales again, but nothing like a 32% off sale. So you've got about 25 minutes to get that and grab the Off-White Tribute hoodie in black, because at 4 o'clock, that thing disappears from the website. Thing number 2, that's DLoandKC.com. Thing number 2, this Sunday, the Kings take on Detroit, and we've got tickets for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up. You can come and cheer Marvin Bagley in his return to Sacramento on Sunday afternoon. Again, the Kings versus Detroit. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. James, I'm going to put this question up on the screen because I thought your answer was interesting. Chris asked, Ham, with Keegan likely out with an injury, who do you think will fit into the starting lineup tomorrow night versus San Antonio?
Okay, Spurs go smaller at the 3, so I think the Kings will probably go with someone like Terrence Davis, and just kind of round it out that way. I mean, it's always possible Malik Monk gets a start and they push Herter over to the 3, but I think they like Monk as the lightning rod off the bench, so that would be my thought. But I believe that over the course of, if he's going to miss multiple games, we'll probably end up seeing, everything from Trey Lyles to, maybe Monk gets to start, maybe Davion gets to start one. You just don't know. It's going to depend on matchups.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, you got Memphis and you've got Atlanta. Like, who do you want defending, like, Trey and Ja? Is it going to be Fox the whole time? Do you want to mix it up? You know what I mean? So you're going to look at the opponent and try to make adjustments accordingly.
And as we've seen all year, Mike's not afraid to make adjustments. Like, you could have a starter play who, you know what? No, you know what? This didn't work. 90 seconds in. Let's try this. Let's go here. Let's do it. Mike will adjust pretty quick, and he is not bashful about it at all.
No, but again, I think that that's a good thing for this team. It's kept everyone ready. It's kept them on their toes. Everyone is prepared. Everyone is mentally bought into the game plan. And so when they do come in, they're ready for what's going to happen. So, like, that's the hard thing. Like, if things aren't going well or someone gets in foul trouble and you've got to make an adjustment on the fly, you're just hoping that the guy that you're going to put in the game has done the same film study that you hope that he would do, that he's done the same reading on the scouting report. And I know everyone goes and sits down with a coach after they get done shooting and they go over some of the playbook, but that doesn't mean that, someone's sitting there paying attention and not just like staring off in the distance or wondering why everyone's wearing Band-Aids on their face while, he's sitting courtside and going through his walkthrough with guys, with the coaching staff. So, I think it's keeping guys ready and engaged. And I also think guys are buying into what their role should be in a game. And, we've talked about this with Chimezie Metu. But, like, I just keep feeling the same way. Like, Chimezie Metu can stay on the court as long as he keeps doing what he's doing and he's not making the big, huge mistakes, and he's not doing things that just, you're not shooting threes at a 25% clip and keep shooting them, then, like, keep him on the court. He's athletic, he's fun, he can do a lot of things. He might be a shot blocker if you let him stick in long enough, and maybe he can give you some of the things that you need. But that goes back to buying into what Mike Brown is selling, and knowing what it is that your job is to do that night.
And tomorrow night's matchup is pretty interesting. San Antonio was a team that started the season really well. They were up there with the Utah Jazz, like, oh, look what they're doing. They were a team that was leading the league. They were either 1 or 2 in assists. Again, up there with the Utah Jazz. They were moving the ball around. They've come back down to earth quite a bit, losing 7 of their last 10. They might be settling into a little bit more of who we thought they were going to be before the season started. But what type of matchup do you think this is for Sacramento tomorrow? Because I made the argument it's a team you want to be aware of, because they were playing pretty similar to Sacramento to start the season in the way that they were moving the ball and the way that they were trying to find guys to score for them.
Yeah, I have them at 7 of their last 8 they've lost, San Antonio. Yeah, 7 of 8. They're on a 2-game.
And the wild thing, the win?
Milwaukee Bucks.
Against Milwaukee.
Yeah, and it came after a 2-point loss in overtime to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so if you ever walk into a game against a Greg Popovich coach team and think that you're just going to, like, give half effort and pick up a win, then you shouldn't be in the league. That's just the way it is. Like, Popovich's teams are so well coached. The guys fight. It's just at this point, it's a lack of talent, and they know that. A lack of talent, a lack of maturity, a lack of, like, seasoning for some of the guys. I think Devin Vassell will be a good guy, a good player. They've got some guys that I do like, but it's just going to take a little while, and they know that, and they're just like every other team that's in the hunt for Victor Wembanyama, and you just gotta see how it plays out. But this is a team that is exactly where you thought they would be. Actually, I didn't think they'd have 6 wins by this point.
Yeah.
And the Kings have 2 games in a row against guys that have lost. I think it's 7 of 8 or 8 of 9. And, like, if you're the Kings, they're just sitting there. They're sitting there for the taking. Like, that's the one thing I'll point out about this team. They haven't lost to anyone that they should have beat as so far this season. Like, you can look at the Portland game, the first game of the season. Portland's a lot better than anyone thought they would be. The Kings have, the games that they've lost, you're like, okay, that's fair. Like, did you expect them to win that game? Did you expect them to beat the Heat twice? No. Did you expect them to beat the Warriors more than 1 out of 3 games? No. So, like, I think they're doing even that, like, you probably expect them to lose all 3 to the Warriors. You expected them maybe to lose to the Nets, but the Nets have, the worm has turned there, and, like, they're in trouble. But you got to get those wins, like, against a team like the Nets that's sitting there just, waiting to be beat. And it's a good thing. We're seeing them stack up these wins against good teams, bad teams. It doesn't matter at this point. Even I think De'Aaron Fox said that last night. We don't care who we're playing. We're ready. We think we can beat anybody.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that line of thinking, because we've often wondered if that's how they felt. We often wondered what they felt. We often wondered if they were, like, playing down to somebody. The fact that they've got San Antonio and Detroit coming up after a win like you had last night, I if nothing else, and I don't expect them to put up 153 over the course of the next 2 games or in each of the next 2 games. But I wonder what type of confidence comes out of that locker room on Thursday night, knowing what they did on national television and combining that. Like, it's not Milwaukee that's here tomorrow. It's San Antonio. And it's one of those, with all due respect to San Antonio, it was a team that started 3-1. They went to 5-2, and that's not who they are anymore. Like, it is completely gone down, as you noted, over the last 8 games or so. Entering that game with confidence, like, get out here, play our way. And we know what it looks like when we play our way and beat this team up.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically, both Vassell and Keldon Johnson are having really, really good starts to the season.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, this isn't a team that should really scare you. They've got some players, but outside of being well coached, I'm not sure. Like, you got to defend your man. You got to go through, just do what you're doing, what you've become accustomed to doing, and you should be just fine. Just, don't play down to the level of the competition. And again, like, I think it is good that Fox says we don't really care who we're playing, but at the same time, like, a lot of players always say that, and then they go out and they lose to some of the worst teams that you've ever seen. Like, this team lost badly last year to a Philadelphia team missing 5 starters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that was like brutal.
Yeah,
that was awful.
That was the beginning of the end, or the end of the end.
There were a lot of There were a lot of ends last year. It was just like last year was just a season of one end after the other, starting with Puke Guy and then on to everything else. And I guess that's the plus side with such a big roster turnover is like we remember all of that stuff. We remember bad losses. We remember 2 years ago when the team did this against this team, or when the team had this stretch against these, group of bad opponents. Shoot, you can even go to last year where the team played. I don't know that it was exactly the 4 worst teams in the league, but it was pretty close to the 4 worst teams in the league. And the Kings won like one. It was when Tristan Thompson dropped the 2-minute mixtape about losing to teams who aren't even trying to win. And a lot of those guys weren't even here for that. Like Domas wasn't here for that. Kevin Herter wasn't here for that. Like Malik Monk wasn't here for that. And while we all remember it, these guys aren't thinking nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, last year they had the stretch. I think it was in December where it was like all winnable games at home. Like they had this huge stretch at home. I think they had like something like 13 games, 12 of which were at home, and the only game that was away was either in LA or it was in Golden State. Like, and they just got clubbed. So, like, this team they need to show that that's not who they are. But at the same time, I think we should give this group, it is a new group. They do have a new mentality. They do have a new coaching staff. And I know we get caught up in the whole 16 years thing again and again and again. This team, they have very little to do with those 16 years.
Yeah.
And so it is what it is. It's the stigma they have to fight through, but at the same time, like, Kevin Herter wasn't here for any of those years, and neither was Monk, and neither was Keegan Murray, and like a lot of these guys, they weren't here.
And
for
neither
any
was Mike, and that might be just as important as anything else. Mike wasn't around for any of that, and Mike is coaching these players his way. And Terrence Davis has talked about it. De'Aaron Fox has talked about it. You've heard I think it was Terrence that used the term the tough love type of coaching, which in Terrence is twice openly acknowledged to media in the room. Yeah, I blew it. He called timeout, or he pulled me out of the game. He told me what I did wrong and went out there. He has no problem pointing that out, but he points out that's the way I need to be coached. De'Aaron Fox says, something similar. And I can't overstate Mike Brown's importance to everything that we're seeing so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, even with Fox has said it so many times that this is exactly the coach he needed, that he wanted, that he wants. He grew up with coaches that yelled and screamed and demanded a bunch out of him, and he got used to it. It's how he was raised, in the game. And even he said his dad was his football coach and did the same thing. He's used to getting that type of coaching, and it's not that he had a problem with Luke. Actually, he liked Luke. It was that there was that missing ingredient of being held accountable each and every game and not being coddled. Like, I don't think he wants to be like a coddled star. And he's been waiting for, someone who will have accountability and direction, not just towards him, but towards others. And, Mike Brown talked about it at post game last night with how just coachable Terrence Davis is. But he said the same thing about Fox. Like, they have discussions. I saw them have a very animated discussion. I think it was the last game, not the one last night, but the one a couple of nights before, where they were coming off the court, and he was giving Fox an earful. Mike Brown was, and Fox was sitting there like trying to explain himself, and like that's good though. Like if that's how Fox wants to be coached, and everyone's being respectful, then that's a good way for these guys to move forward together.
Baby steps, I guess, right? I mean, 13 games into the season. Maybe these aren't baby steps. Maybe these are giant leaps. I'm not really sure what they are. All I know is the team is really fun. There's a lot of really likable guys on this squad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amounting to a game that's really enjoyable to watch. Again, 7-6 were the most excited one game over 500 fan base perhaps in history. But you go back to those 0-4 games, and that's the part that I can't get past, is you go back to when they were 0-4. I remember coming in after that, like, I'm okay with how they're playing. I want those close losses to turn to wins, which we talked extensively about. But even at 0-4, I don't think too many people wavered at that moment. It was like they're still playing well, but they've got to figure out how to close games. And now they've done that. And we saw that against the Lakers. We saw it against the Warriors. And then that was just an entirely different type of performance that we saw yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, again, you're just waiting for that one. That one was building. So it was coming.
The downside is there's going to be one the other way at some point too.
Well, of course. And I mean, you could get, just so people just like look at it, that they easily could get these next two and go 3 games above 500 and give it all back.
Yeah.
Because the next 3 games on the road are really tough.
Yeah.
Again, Memphis, Atlanta, Boston. That's not easy. And so you gotta have the never too high, never too low mantra. But this team just feels like they're equipped to handle it. And again, they've been in every game. And I even would tell you, I think that they got a little chip on their shoulder from Memphis and what happened there. And I think they're ready to go up against Memphis and ready to go, give that team one back.
Right on cue. I love this team. This is the most predictable thing I've ever seen. ESPN sources: suspended all-star guard Kyrie Irving is nearing completion on the process needed for a return to play and could rejoin the Brooklyn Nets as soon as Sunday against the Memphis Grizzlies. The Kings beat the Nets so bad, the Nets went to Kyrie and said, "Hey, man, how many of these steps have you completed?" None. All right, that's cool, man. Come on, come back.
I sat next to one of their writers last night, and they said this exact thing. They said, all this game is going to do is spark the when is Kyrie coming back conversation.
Yeah, he's 100% right. 100% right.
That's all it was going to do.
Yeah, for those who missed it, I think I stepped on you a little bit. My apologies. Next Tuesday, and it's at Memphis and at Atlanta. That's next Tuesday and Wednesday. Then it's Thanksgiving, and then they're in Boston. And as it seems right now, I think the Kings are the number 2 offensive team in the league. The Boston Celtics are number 1.
Yeah, that Celtics team is good, but all three of those teams are tough. I mean, they can all of them beat you, and they can make you look bad. I think the one thing about the Atlanta game, Fox is. I think that's Fox's 1 triple-double, right? Is against Atlanta. And he likes going up against Trey. And then Kevin Huerter in his first game back in Atlanta. I think that should be interesting. So, I mean, I guess we could have like the Justin Holiday revenge game or something.
Let's go. Justin Holiday. Domas is getting a triple-double this year.
Oh, he's going to have probably 5. I think he has 24 for his career. Yeah. He didn't get a double-double last night. I think... It's because Terrence Davis,
like 7-7.
Terrence Davis kept stealing his rebounds. I'm sure he wanted to just flick Terrence Davis. He stole his rebounds like 4 or 5 times. Like, what are you doing, bro? That's my rebound.
TD was like, "It's my night. It's my night to shine, baby."
TD, I think he was riding high. He was riding really high off the D'Lo and KC appearance.
I'll take. We're gonna take credit for it. I believe that's what it was.
Yeah, is your next promo code gonna be carrot cake?
That's not a bad idea.
Carrot cake.
I'm making note of that. Our next promo code will be carrot cake.
Carrot cake.
we do have the idea of like we want to create a sensational shirt with like the number 3 on it to shout out our man Terrence Davis or something. We could be single-handedly responsible for the Kings season going the way that it's going because of that appearance from Terrence Davis.
I just think you should take ownership of it. Just say, yep, that's why it happened.
We'll take what we can get, man.
That's right.
We will not complain, and hopefully we can get another W against against San Antonio. I did chuckle. I can't remember if it was at the end of the first half or the end of the first quarter, but I saw KZ Okpala get off the bench. It was like 14 seconds left in the game. Why does Mike do that to him? There are games where KZ Okpala has played like 7 seconds, 3 seconds in the first half, 4 seconds in the second. Why does Mike do that?
Okay, 2 things. Number one, he's 23 years old and limber, and you can just look at him and say, hey, I need you to go in for a couple of seconds. And he's not like if Mike Brown were to ask me, I'd be like, okay, bro, I'm going to need like 37 minutes to warm up. And then you're going to get me for like, I'll give you for every minute I warm up, I'll give you a second. So I got about 37 seconds I can give you on the court for that 37 minutes. So just tell me way ahead of time. KZ, you can look over and say, hey, man, just go in the game. I need you to go out there. And the reason why he does that is there are defensive possessions to end the half, and you don't want to get somebody a stupid foul at the end of a half. And so he's trying to conserve fouls, but also putting in a defensive-minded guy that maybe comes up with a stop. And KZ's he's still a solid defender.
Shout out to KZ, who's just always ready.
Always ready.
Hey, you want me to go play 7 seconds? I got you, coach. 14 seconds? I got you. Now, of course, he wound up playing minutes last night, as did Rashawn Holmes. It was nice to see Rashawn out there get a little run and play well when he did.
Yeah, and I'd say with KZ, too, even if he did have something to say to you, it'd be like 3 words and be like, are you mad? Like, or just like, I'm not sure what's going on there. And he would just go about his day. Yeah, it was good to see Rashawn. It was good to see Alex Len get the big dunk and like the dream shake. Like, I don't know what was happening.
Everybody was feeling it.
Rashawn Holmes shooting a 3 from the corner, just running up the score. Like, I'm what is happening? That reminds me of the time years ago. We got to go, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Derek Martin.
Get the story out in time.
Derek Martin just started flame throwing and looking at Rick Adelman the whole time as he is running down the court, his own coach. Like, go ahead and stop me. Not good.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. Go become a subscriber, a premium subscriber over at thekingsbeat.com. That ambiance back.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
we got
the
that.
lounge, the
lounge
Trysta
with the
Krick
TK lounge.
I'm 3 hours ahead, and it's dark outside already. So that's where we're at.
5 o'clock. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, starting to get dark. Yeah, our dubs, guys.
Just we're talking about it here. I don't think they have, like, I don't see it turning around. Like, I'm not saying they're gonna miss the playoffs, but I don't see them turning this around to the point where they're in the top 6. I think at best this is a playing team.
It's rough because I just had Sam Esfandiari and Andy Liu on the podcast yesterday, so it dropped today, and they feel the same way. They feel like a move has to be made. Obviously, Klay Thompson's not playing well. He stinks right now, and this is what my theory is, and they agree. And sort of, I think Steve Kerr has intimated things that sort of say the same thing to a degree. It's like, one, you play pretty well in the playoffs, and then you get to the off season, you've got the celebration of the ring, but also, okay, now it's time to get to work. And the off-season runs are happening. But last year when you were rehabbing, you weren't allowed to do those. The year before that, you tore your Achilles doing those. So now it's time to do it this off-season. And you're like, yeah, I'm still kind of worried. I still have the trauma over that. So he doesn't do them. He just opts out of the only way that you can stay into basketball shape, which is actually playing 5-on-5 basketball. There is no other way to be in basketball shape. Like, there is nothing that you can do. And all right, so then he gets to camp and he's out of condition in basketball, out of basketball condition. And every shot is hitting the front of the rim. And now everyone's slandering him because of it. And it's like, he's not the same. He sucks now. And now there's the mental side of him kind of almost spiraling, I think, and getting really into his feelings. We saw him get ejected. We saw him get into it with Devin Booker. We saw him get into it with Ronnie 2K. He's clapping back on like he's going after them. And then it's just like, man, this is the most emo I've ever seen Clay. And all of the teammates, Steph, Draymond, even Jordan Poole put his hands on his head. I look back at it. He's put his hands on his head when Clay is shooting threes.
You know what it is, and you guys bear with me. I'm not in the NBA, and I'm not comparing what I do to Klay Thompson or any other NBA player, but I still hoop, right? And there came a time, maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, when I knew I can't do what I used to do. I knew, maybe before other people, and I try to hide it a little bit or whatever, but I knew like I just can't do what I'm at that point in my life. Klay Thompson has so much more basketball left than I did at 36 or 37 years old. But if anybody knows, like I'm not what I was, I can't do that no more. He knows. And I think that's why we saw some of this irrational behavior where, he like loses it on Devin Booker talking trash. Like it's just talking trash and he loses it. And Ronnie 2K and all this other stuff. I think he knows before anybody. He knows.
He went on an Instagram tirade over Ronnie 2K. He was like, why do you even put this clown on ESPN? He's not even a real person in the sports space. And I was like, yo, what is he talking about right now?
He knows.
Oh, well, that's not our problem.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you guys feel like how would I put this? How would I say this in a way that's not disrespectful to Golden State and not disrespectful to Sacramento? Do you feel like some of the same principles that it's like sort of diet Golden State in terms of how this Sacramento team is playing? Like a lot of extra passes, like a lot of motion, a lot of guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's insulting. Like, I mean, Golden State has won 4 championships.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to emulate that.
And you're getting a coach that came from
that's
them.
not a problem. Yeah, that doesn't bother me a bit. Yeah.
And De'Aaron was talking last night, I think, to James Ham. I was listening to some of his comments, and he was like, yeah, when guys share the ball like effortlessly and they make the extra pass, like guys are just, of course we're shooting that well from 3. We're open. Like we're wide open.
Yeah. It's kind of what Damian talked about, and I think we all learned from Steve Kerr over those championship years. He used to always talk about 30 assists.
Mm-hmm.
So now Damian does it, I do it. Like we look at, all right, they scored a lot of points. What's the assist numbers? Oh, 28, 29, 31. Yep, that's why.
Last three, Sacramento is averaging in the last 3 games. They're number 1 in assists per game.
I think they're like maybe number 3 or 4 on the season, like the entire season.
Yeah.
So I mean, Utah is up there. San Antonio, even in the loss last night, had 29 assists. So it's not like a perfect formula. Like they lost by 20 and they had 29 assists.
Well, they went up against the King.
They went up against the Beam.
What are they going to do? Nothing but lose. Nothing but not only lose, not even cover, guys. It was my favorite bet of the night was Kings minus 7.5.
We were tripping off that too.
Yeah.
We were like, what? Like I think at one point we saw that.
We don't know what to think when that happens.
What's going on?
You're like, this is a fishy line.
I can't wait for you to get here.
Me too.
We'll take your picture in front of the Beam and everything.
I'm just pumped because like I'm going on all these different radio hits around the country. And I have evangelized to the point where I've got people from Buffalo. I've got people from Rochester. I've got people from Memphis. I've got people from Baltimore being like, I'm in on the Kings now. I am now on the Kings bandwagon. And I'm like, and they're like, Trysta, are they going to break my heart? And I'm like, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. It's fun. I played
good, man.
Yeah.
They're good.
I played you guys to win the division.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy. What's
that's
the
just
number?
Phoenix. It's really just the Clippers. Yeah.
Phoenix Clippers. Warriors.
Golden State. It was 66-1 when I gave it out on the internets. It's now 45-1 2 days later.
That's crazy. It's going down like that.
Mm.
Hey, that's crazy. It's going down like that.
It's gonna get worse. Take it now. The odds will get worse. I bet by Christmas it'll be 20-1.
Wow.
Are the
If
Kings
not
the
worse.
hottest thing in the NBA right now?
I think yes. It's been trending like the beam trending, beam team trending, Sacramento trending, Sacramento Kings trending, Kangs trending, and not just for
Hey,
me.
we brought back Kyrie Irving.
Yes.
We beat the Brooklyn Nets so bad. They're like, hey, Kyrie, don't worry. Just come on. Come back.
It
But I
was
think that's free
trending.
training stuff. No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just come on back.
Come on back.
So what was that outfit? Yeah.
That's really what you were waiting for, wasn't it? Like you had no interest in talking about the
So
Kings.
what was in it? Was it multi fabric?
Yes, it was multiple different types of fabric. It
Like
was
a quilt.
Well, no, I don't think it wasn't different fabrics. It was different patterns.
No, it was different fabrics.
It was different
The
fabric.
leopard was different than
The leopard was silk, right?
No, the floral pattern was silk.
The flower was silk.
Yeah.
And then the leopard was what?
I think it was cotton or
Cotton.
something along
And
that.
then the other stuff cotton or what?
Yeah, there was most of the jacket was cotton. Yeah.
It was fire.
Of course it was fire. I just
The
needed
shirt was
to-
custom made too. It was really awkward though. The shirt was a little bit of a different vibe, but that's kind of how the
It
designer
was
works.
a little longer than you like it, but I like that shirt.
But it was the funny thing is really long, but it was perfectly form fitting. Like if I had taken the jacket off, you would have saw how it fit. But it was from a designer called Prep Curry, who did a line, and that's Prep Curry, like Steph, and he did a line for Banana Republic that I loved, and it was kind of like a one and done line. And I hit him up on Instagram. He had posted some pictures. I was like, "Yo, your work is amazing, man. I'd love to support it however I could." And he was like, "Yo, I'll put something together for you. Shoot me some screenshots of what you like." So I shot him a few screenshots, and he made that from, that's what he does. He designed
bespoke. You know what I need? I need that from him. I need to hit him up for Golden One.
At Prep Curry. Do it.
I'm going to hit him up. I'm going to be like, Damien came to a game of the ages, and I am trying to just look even somewhere close to Damien. Have to have a little high ankle.
Is that your vibe though? Like, are you? Because like I'm full. Like I ride for me. If I like it, I'm gonna wear it. Like, could you rock something that you're a little more?
I feel like disrespect is coming.
No. Like, look, I feel like you're a little. Look, you got the honor to gift tee on with the jean jacket over
she had
it.
what was she
like,
had the one time? She had the kith joint.
You're super stylish, but I don't feel like it's. I don't think you take.
I think it depends on the event. Depends on the event. I always like to be comfortable. Always. I don't like anything too tight around my shoulders or anything like that. But yeah, I can do some things. I got some YSL in the closet. I got some stuff.
Okay, Trysta. I mean, I got some YSL in the closet.
I can do some things. I mean, I'm not Damien, but I'm trying. We're all just trying. Here's the thing. Let me just break down how things get more casual. Number one, when you're in finance, everything's non-casual. You got A-line skirts, you got pumps, you got just button-ups, just terrible. And I tried to change it a little bit, tweak it, wear some jogger type things with the blazer, and no, not for you, not here, not at Wells Fargo. We won't be doing that. Very inappropriate. I wasn't even showing anything. I don't even show skin like that. And they were like, no, that's just unprofessional. No, they're too tight, too this, too that. So then I get out of finance, I get into media. And then I dress way up because I'm working for USA Today. I've got blazers. I've got little silk sort of things, a lot of those. And then I go from that to Barstool. And those fools wear hoodies pretty much every day, all day only. And I don't mean ones like you wear. I mean ones that you get for free. And, and so I would come up And I've got actually a jacket with that leopard print kind of thing too. It's all silk from Scotch and Soda. And I would wear stuff like that, and they would just be like, they would just act like I was just an idiot. They burned me up. So you have to kind of almost dress down. So now it's kind of depending on.
No, you don't. You dress for you. Like the hell with what they want. Like you might.
But I already had problems there, guys. I had already had problems. I wasn't trying
we had
to
get you out of there.
Yeah, we got you
Yep,
out of there.
I was already having. They
Now
were
you-
already
now
finding
you can do
ways.
your thing. Now you can do what you do.
Yes.
You get
Yes.
your back.
Not
And when-
everybody loved what I wore, but I did. And
You're a celeb. You are a celebrity.
no, I wasn't.
No, he
So
really is.
no,
he
see,
was in the tunnel signing autographs.
So
So you
stupid.
saw it. You
This is
saw
so
it.
stupid.
It's facts.
The
With my own two eyes, I was like, man,
Facts. The guy was in the
courtside
tunnel.
Kenny
They were
and
hanging off
signing
the rail.
autographs, Damien. I'm like, man, I got to get my game up.
So the untold part of that story is, yes, I was signing autographs
They were hanging over the rails.
for Kenny's kids, the kids that he coaches. That's why I was signing autographs for them, because that's why they knew who I was, because they knew I worked with Coach Kenny.
There was more than just my kids hanging over that rail.
I don't think so. I think they were all your kids.
Either way, it was a scene, and
It
I
was a
really,
scene.
I really enjoyed the little Louis Vuitton man bag as well. I mean, the whole thing was working.
It's fire.
Thank you.
It's fire.
Yeah, we
Man,
All right,
man
yo,
does what he
hey,
does, man. He does
all
what he
right.
does.
Like you gonna remember.
Yeah.
Same Amick. I dapped Sam Amick up. Boy, I spotted you from the other side of the building. Good.
Good.
That's the way it
Yes.
should be. Like I didn't encounter many people.
I got a blazer
including
that
my
looks
man.
like a disco ball.
Oh, I need to see that. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh, we gonna get it. Let's go.
Trysta,
Slide.
we'll watch Kawhi Leonard. Did Kawhi return last
He
night?
did. He had 6 points, I think, last night. Did a little fall away.
6 points in how many minutes?
I don't think he played a lot. Like it wasn't like he was broke. or
Man,
anything
is
like
he
that.
okay?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's got
I like
strong. That's got strong
Supremes.
Michael Jackson. Like,
Supremes. She looking like she with the Supremes.
yo, put it on and start singing "Rock with You."
No, not on the 40th anniversary. Not on the 40th.
Well,
But you can wear it as a dress. You can wear it as a blazer. Yeah, it's long. It's kind of form fitting. That's why I say you got a kind of different moods.
I like that.
See, she's versatile. She's versatile. Hey, Trysta, I want to ask you something. As a bit of an outsider. Bit of an
Yep.
outsider. You know, we're locked in here with this whole thing.
That jacket could light the beam.
Maybe I'll bring that. Maybe I'll bring that.
I got that.
Hey,
I got. If you do, I'm gonna find a matching one. I don't know
It's
how.
gonna be
where,
a
I'm gonna
Saturday
find it.
night too. It's
Oh,
gonna be
yeah.
a Saturday night Doko. It's not gonna stop with the
So
game.
I've already committed. Like, this is how you get me out. You tell me in advance.
Mhm.
I'll stay for the game. We going out afterwards.
sir.
Like, we hanging out after the
yes,
game.
sir. K Street gonna be crazy.
We're gonna shut downtown Sacramento
It's
down
gonna
when
be
Trista's
crazy.
here.
Well, then maybe I'll wear the disco ball. Who knows? Maybe I'll find something new. Maybe I'll wear the disco ball, but we'll collaborate. How about that?
Yeah, we'll work.
And
Coordinate.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Trysta gonna be signing autographs from people hanging off the rails.
That's
when
facts.
she come out here. I'm telling you, man, you a star out here.
That's
That's
facts.
just what it is.
She gonna be the most
Kenny's
popular
gonna bring the kids again.
You're gonna be. I'm telling you, you're gonna be signing autographs for perfect strangers. You know, Trysta. Look, if need be, Trysta could be a part of Batty Thursday because they be asking her about her that way.
Mhm.
They be Batty Thursday. Yeah, we got Batty Thursday. We got Olivia, Sarah, and Matt George.
Yeah,
is part
Matt
of Batty
George is
Thursday.
awesome.
Yeah,
He's the
part of
ultimate
Batty
baddie.
Thursday.
You were
But,
gonna ask me something as an outsider.
No, so as an outsider, like I thought, I took a video of it. You know, I thought it looked crazy on that national TV game. The crowd, game 13. Did it come off that way to somebody like outside of
Yes.
everything? Like, yo, these people are wild. It's only the third week of the season.
They are loud. I was literally just playing the light the beam chants for a friend. I was like, they seem crazy in there. Like really turned up.
Yeah,
We starving, bro.
Yeah, I know.
It's like we're starving.
boy, we
and
sure are starving.
we
ain't
eating for the first time in a really, really long time.
Feels different too. All those role players. Are you guys the only market, because there's been so much pain, that all of the people who talk about the team actually like each other?
Yeah.
You know what I
Oh
mean?
no, I don't like everyone who talks about the team.
Well, but you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of camaraderie, we'll say. There's more camaraderie than like on different beats. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah,
there's probably a variety
Like
of
you
reasons.
guys like Deuce and Mo. You
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
like James.
I mean, there's
Hand.
always the ops. There's always
Mm-hmm.
the ops, but aside from that, yeah, we all cool.
Yeah.
I
mean,
noticed that. Like a lot of support.
Yeah, I mean, we all just out here grinding. That's what we do. Like this show, this King Struggle's been going on for years. This show's we started 2 years ago. Like there was not much else here. Deuce and Mo really kicked into high gear during the pandemic. Like that's where they really started to build like things out. So all of this stuff started to kind of come along at the same time. So we were just kind of rocking with each other. And then when James's gig kind of shifted a little bit, he joined us over here, and that's just kind of how it is. Yeah, we ride. We all hungry. Yeah, we all hungry.
You guys saw that shop episode? That shop clip?
Bruh. Come on, man. How funny is Jalen Ramsey for calling LeBron James out for line?
He said, what they're saying about you on Twitter. You know what they're saying about you? If Twitter goes away, where are we going to call out LeCappin?
Oh,
LeCappin.
We'll find a way.
Twitter can't go away, man. We love Twitter, man. Twitter's the best.
I don't think it's really going away. Though it had strong going away vibes last night. It had really
I was
strong
like,
going
we ain't
away
gonna make it through the
vibes.
night. Twitter ain't gonna make it through the night.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess that thing was on life support.
But my thing is always, like, obviously, because he didn't even create it. Elon Musk just ruins it and Twitter shuts down.
In like a matter of weeks.
Yeah, right. Like
You
it
ain't
took
even
no
been the
time.
owner that long.
It took no time for him to ruin it and shut it down. He didn't create Twitter. The person who created it just make it again. Call it Twitter too. Just create it again. Run it up that way.
Just start it all over. I was like, man, I
don't from LA.
There are people I follow and enjoy on Twitter. I don't even remember when I'm not on Twitter. You know?
Right.
Like I'm like, oh yeah, like love that person, love her, love him. But if once I log off of Twitter, I'm not like, where is Nick's tape 99 at? Like
Nick's tape 99.
I'm not like, where is he? Like, how do I find more of him?
But aren't you like a big time celebrity on TikTok?
No.
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't know.
I think TikTok's Trista's bag.
TikTok is my bag, but I don't think I'm a celebrity.
Yeah, I disagree.
I don't know.
No. It's just a love fest. I'm so happy for y'all. I got The Athletic saying that the Blazers aren't real, which is rude. I think we're real.
I actually don't. Yeah, I don't agree with that
I think
at
the Blazers
all.
are a good team. I think they're going to be around. The Jazz is the team that I don't believe in. That's a surprise. But I think
the only team
Portland
I'm willing
is
to say we were wrong about, certainly I was wrong about, is the Blazers.
Same.
I didn't think the Blazers
was
be
too.
good.
Jeremy Grant is really good outside of last night.
I feel like there's two ways you can go when you're playing for money, and he's going and he's doing it. He's doing it the way that it works. He's on point.
Yeah, he's killing. And I think too, you look at him and he realized that career arc, which is like you play for OKC, you play for Denver, you think you're the man, like because you've been a high-end role player that's really got a high plus minus, delivered crucial buckets in crunch time of meaningful games. And so you're like, they don't respect me enough. I'm the number one. I'm the alpha. And they're like, we're not paying you like the alpha. Figure it out. So he goes to Detroit and then he's like, oh man, there's a lot of double teams. There's a lot of double teams to be the alpha. I don't want to be the number one anymore. Dame, you be the number one. I'll be the number 3 and I'll get 30 as the number 3 option.
And everybody be like, look at him getting 30 as a 3 option.
Yeah.
And you get applauded for your 22-point performance, not 22. That's
because listen, what he did last night as a number 1 option would have had me pissed. 5 points, getting locked down, doing nothing defensively. But as the number 3 option, when Shaden Sharp gives you 20 in 14 minutes, my lord.
That boy Shaden, I'm telling you, he's next, man. He is next.
And what did y'all trade for to get him again?
Second round pick.
Yeah.
In 2025.
And you'll probably be able to re-sign him too.
Yeah. I think he wants to stay. There was a whole article that came out about how Dame recruited him. during Japan, like the Tokyo Olympics. And that was the only place he wanted to go, was to Portland.
Let me ask you another question about a team that, because we see everything around here that's of interest to us. And I want to know if you think they're real. The Pacers. You think it's really real what's going on in Indiana right now? I mean, Tyrese is balling. Mathurin is balling. Buddy Hield is playing really well. Miles Turner is balling. You think that's the real deal?
What are they, 2 games over 500 right now?
7-6. They're about to be 2 games because they play the Rockets tonight.
Yep. So they're 7-6. What I would say is they're kind of like, they're a team that I was told wants a top 5 pick. So they're just trying to figure out what they have. I think they're closer to OKC than they are Sacramento in terms of wanting to win. I think OKC is a fun team. They're going to probably be a 500 team at best. But ultimately, this is a team that wants to be in the Victor sweepstakes or in the Scoot Henderson or the Nick Smith sweepstakes. But, man, I love Halliburton. He is fun. Benedict Mathurin's fun. They've got Buddy Hield making competent decisions. Did you see some of these decisions? Like, really making the right pass, like getting in the right spot on the floor.
Passing just in general.
Yes, just passing. Yeah, just passing. Period.
To the best of our knowledge, he hasn't dribbled the football off his foot to lose a game once this year.
Not one time.
Hashtag coaching matters, kids. Hashtag coaching matters.
Miles Turner's been awesome. He could potentially get extended midway through the season because of like how the contracts work with his deal and where he was drafted after the deadline if they want to extend him. I don't think that they want him, but he's sort of playing himself into a deal and playing himself into a place for someone. So maybe they trade him because he's been playing so well. Maybe they end up, moving Buddy Hield as well. I don't think they go to the Lakers. I just personally don't see that happening. But I could see, them going to a team like I could see Miles Turner going to Golden State. Like I could see that. Like they need another big that can score, that makes, good enough decisions, that can get rebounds and stuff. But I don't know if they're real. I don't think they're real. I think they're really fun. What do you think?
What do you think?
I don't think they're real either.
I don't think
they're going to make the playoffs.
He's such a dog.
I like that. But that's kind of I like Tyrese and I respect what Buddy's doing and I'm just so confused because they're all like it's constant talk about trading this and trading that. It's like if y'all are clicking, like why?
Yeah.
Why do any of that? But I get maybe they have a bigger picture in mind. I'm not really sure.
Well, he wants a lot of money. I was told that Miles Turner wants like Bam Adebayo type money.
Doesn't Jeremy Grant too?
Yeah, but Jeremy Grant I think is a lot better than Miles Turner.
Okay.
Defensively, like he can guard point of attack. I think Jeremy Grant's a better, more consistent player than Miles Turner. But Miles Turner wants a ton of money, and he can just drop off the map. Like he can give you 12 rebounds, and then he can give you the next game 2 rebounds. Yeah.
Heat Check podcast. I continue to push people to listen to the Josh Primo episode of the Heat Check podcast.
I still haven't listened to it.
You gotta listen to it.
It's one of the greatest pieces of podcast art in history. And there's nothing from the podcast I can quote on this show. It's absolutely fantastic.
That's why I need to listen to it.
But the update, he's been cleared now.
That's what we were saying when we got the report. It was like, oh, so it's all good now. Okay, cool. Go listen to Trysta's podcast about this. Keep what you're reading in mind right now and go listen to Trysta's podcast.
Something that was recorded 2 weeks ago before all this got done. Yeah.
Right.
It's just logic. Let's just use logic to make jokes. That's it.
Like Chappelle said, it shouldn't be so scary to talk anymore.
I know, right?
Because that podcast, that podcast was funny, dude.
It was honestly the scariest thing I've ever done. Because I was I asked my producer, I was like, is this something that could get me in trouble? Because I feel like there's some things. And he was like, I think it's fine. And I was like, we're going to roll.
It would have gotten us in trouble.
Yeah.
Because we can't speak from the same perspective you can.
Right.
But for you, so good.
Chef's kiss. I need to hear your feedback on it, Kenny.
I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out this weekend.
Nice.
We just want to hear more about Kings on the Heat Check podcast. So we're
it's going to continue. It's going to continue. I love the role players. I really do.
TD, it's my boy.
Huh?
Malik Monk, TD,
Should
my boy.
does he want to start, or is he fine with this role? Because he's really
He's
great.
fine.
I think
Yeah,
he's
I
fine.
think he's fine. Yeah, because he plays a lot. And he plays a lot with De'Aaron, which I think was part of the point of this whole thing. He played 30 minutes last night, or close to it.
And he's in the closing lineup too, which is good.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't like he keeps finding these moments where he just goes nuts. And he hits like a super impactful shot. And doing it at home is such a, I need to see him do it on the road and give the opposing crowd one of those, because he's doing it here and he's lighting the Golden One Center on fire.
Yeah. And he was the only bright spot to me for the Lakers. Like, he was one of the only guys last year where I was like, man, Malik Monk is kind of cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's good. And Kevin Huerter has been a massive help. 6'8", what? 6'8", 6'7"? I didn't realize he was that big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, everything's clicking right now. Everything's clicking.
Don't make any
You're the
changes.
best.
You're the
Oh,
best.
no, we riding. We love you
Yep.
to death. We'll see you next week.
See you guys next week. Love you. Bye.
Trysta Krick Heat Check Podcast.